I've been backpacking for over a decade. I'm not some weekend warrior who gets spooked by a snapping twig or the hoot of an owl. I know the sounds of the woods. I know the difference between a deer's rhythmic gait and the heavy, clumsy lumbering of a black bear. But what I learned 3 years ago in the Sawtooth Wilderness is that nature isn't what you should be afraid of. Nature is predictable. People, on the other hand, are a glitch in the system. I was 32 at the time, hiking a loop that was supposed to take me 4 days. I'd chosen a spot about 12 miles from the nearest trailhead, a high-altitude shelf overlooking a nameless alpine lake. It was beautiful, the kind of place that looks like a postcard until the sun goes down and you realize exactly how many miles of jagged granite and dense pine sit between you and another human soul. My first mistake wasn't going alone. I always go alone. My mistake was the ego. I felt so comfortable in the silence that I didn't realize when the silence stopped being natural. I set up my tent, a lightweight single-wall Silnilin shelter in a pale gray, right as the light began to fail. The air had that sharp, metallic tang of incoming frost. I ate a cold meal, too tired to bother with the stove, and crawled into my sleeping bag. I remember checking my watch. It was 8:45 p.m. I fell asleep to the sound of the wind whispering through the scree slopes above me. I woke up at 2:14 a.m. I didn't wake up slowly. I snapped awake, my heart hammering against my ribs like a trapped bird. You know that feeling when you realize you're not alone in a room? It was that, but magnified by the thin walls of a tent. The wind had died down completely. The silence was heavy, pressurized, and then I heard it, a soft, rhythmic sliding sound. It sounded like a palm being dragged slowly across the fabric of the tent, just inches from my left ear. I froze. I didn't breathe. I told myself it was a branch, but there were no trees close enough to touch the tent. I told myself it was a breeze, but the air was dead. Then the pressure came. I felt the fabric of the tent dip inward. Something was pressing against the nylon, right where my head was resting. It wasn't a poke or a shove. It was a deliberate, steady weight, as if someone was leaning their hand against the tent to peer inside. "Hello," I croaked. My voice sounded pathetic, small. The pressure vanished instantly. I heard the faint, unmistakable crunch of gravel, not the frantic scurry of a four-legged animal, but the deliberate, heavy shift of a boot. Someone was standing right outside my tent. I reached for my headlamp, my fingers trembling so hard I dropped it. The plastic clattered against my water bottle, sounding like a gunshot in the stillness. I finally found the button and clicked it on. The light flooded the small space, reflecting off the gray walls. I looked at the spot where the pressure had been. The nylon was still vibrating slightly. I sat there for 20 minutes, clutching my bear spray, waiting for a voice, a growl, anything. Nothing came. The silence returned, but it was different now. It felt watched. I eventually convinced myself it was a bear, a curious black bear that had caught my scent and moved on when I spoke. I didn't sleep, though. I sat upright until the sky turned a bruised purple. When the sun finally crested the ridge, I felt a wave of relief so intense I almost laughed. I unzipped the rain fly, ready to pack up and hike the 12 miles back in record time. I stepped out into the crisp morning air and turned around to collapse the tent. That's when I saw them. The morning dew had settled on the Silnilin, creating a fine silvery sheen over the gray fabric. And there, etched perfectly into the condensation, were handprints. They weren't animal tracks. They were human handprints, bare hands, long fingers, palms pressed flat. They weren't just scattered randomly. They were arranged in a perfect, neat circle around the exact spot where my head had been resting on my pillow. 6 or 7 distinct sets of prints, all pointing inward, as if someone had spent the night kneeling in the dirt, framing my skull with their hands, just watching me sleep through the thin layer of fabric. My stomach dropped. I looked down at the ground. There were no boot prints in the hard-packed shale, but there was a small pile of stones stacked neatly a foot away from the tent, stones that hadn't been there when I went to bed. I didn't pack the tent. I didn't even grab my stove. I shoved my sleeping bag into my pack, grabbed my keys, and I ran. I didn't look back until I reached the ridgeline a mile away. When I finally looked down at the lake, I saw a tiny, dark shape standing exactly where my tent was. It wasn't moving. It was just standing there, a vertical sliver of black against the gray rocks, looking up toward the ridge, looking at me. I made it back to my truck in 4 hours. I drove straight to the ranger station in Stanley. The guy behind the desk was older, his face lined with years of sun. When I told him what happened, expecting him to call the police or organize a search, he just sighed and rubbed his eyes. "The lake on the north shelf?" he asked. "Yeah," I said, my voice shaking. There was someone out there. They were touching my tent while I was inside. He didn't look surprised. He didn't even look concerned. He just looked tired. "We get a report like that maybe once every 2 years," he said quietly. "Usually hikers who go solo. They never see a face, just the hands on the tent." "Who is it?" I asked. He leaned forward, his voice dropping. "We don't know, but we stopped sending rangers up there to check. Every time we go, we find the campsites empty, everything left behind, tents, bags, food. But the hikers, they're never there. You're the first one in a long time who actually left when they saw the prints." I don't go backpacking alone anymore. I don't even like being in a room where the bed is pushed up against a window. Because every time I close my eyes, I feel that slight, rhythmic sliding sound. I feel the weight of a hand pressing against the fabric of my life, just inches away from my head, waiting for me to fall asleep so it can finish the circle. If you're out there and you feel a draft, or you hear a sound you can't quite explain, don't rationalize it. Don't wait for morning. Just run. Some things in the woods aren't looking for food. They're just looking for a reason to touch you. I didn't go back for my gear. Not that week, not that month, not ever. I surrendered $300 worth of ultralight nylon and a down sleeping bag to the mountain, treating it like a blood sacrifice to a god I didn't believe in until that morning. For months, I tried to reclaim my life in the city. I stayed in a brightly lit apartment in Boise, surrounded by the hum of traffic and the comforting glow of street lamps. I told myself that the ranger was just playing into a local legend to spook a city boy, or that he was simply burnt out and cynical. But the logic didn't hold. Logic doesn't explain the symmetry of those handprints. Logic doesn't explain the pile of stones. 6 months after the incident, I was sitting in a bar, the kind of place where the wood is stained with decades of spilled beer, and the lighting is low enough to hide the desperation in the eyes of the patrons. I was nursing a whiskey, staring at the television, when a man sat down 2 stools away. He was thin, his skin the color of parchment, and he moved with a strange, deliberate stiffness. He didn't order a drink. He just sat there, looking at his hands. "The sawtooths," he said. He didn't turn his head. His voice was like dry leaves skittering across pavement. I froze. I hadn't told anyone in that bar where I'd been. I hadn't even mentioned the trip to my coworkers. "Pardon." "The North Shelf," he continued. "You're the one who ran. The ranger told me." I turned to look at him then. His eyes were a pale, watery blue, and they seemed to be focused on something miles away. He wasn't a ranger. He looked like a drifter, or perhaps someone who had spent too much time in the high country and forgotten how to be human. "Who are you?" I asked, my grip tightening on my glass. "I'm the one who didn't run," he said. He finally turned his head. There was a jagged scar running from his temple down to his jawline, but it didn't look like a knife wound. It looked like a tear, as if the skin had simply given up. I stayed. I thought it was a prank. I thought it was some kids from the university trying to get a rise out of a solo trekker. I sat in my tent with a hunting knife and waited for them to unzip the door. He laughed, a short, wet sound that made the hair on my arms stand up. They never unzipped the door. That's the thing you have to understand. They don't want to come in. They want you to come out, but not while you're awake. I should have walked away. I should have paid my tab and disappeared into the neon safety of the street. But the curiosity was a sickness. What happened? I fell asleep, he whispered. I don't know how. I was caffeinated, terrified, and holding a blade. But the silence, it's not just an absence of noise up there. It's a physical weight. It lulls you. It presses on your eyelids until you can't fight it anymore. I woke up at dawn just like you, but my tent wasn't touched. It was gone. I blinked, gone. I was lying on my sleeping pad in the middle of the dirt, he said. The tent had been unpitched, folded, and stacked neatly 20 feet away. Not a single stake was bent, not a cord was tangled, and I was covered in them. In what? The stones, he said. He began to roll up his sleeve. His forearm was a map of small, circular bruises, perfectly spaced. They didn't just stack stones near me, they stacked them on me. Hundreds of small, flat pebbles balanced in columns on my chest, my legs, my forehead. I woke up and I couldn't move, not because I was tied down, but because the balance was so delicate. I felt like if I breathed too hard, I'd break the spell. He looked at me, and for the first time, I saw the sheer, unadulterated terror in his expression. They were watching me from the tree line. I could feel them, not with my eyes, but with my skin. It's a static charge, like the air right before a lightning strike. I lay there for 3 hours, buried under those stones, until the sun was high enough to burn the shadows away. When the weight finally felt off, I scrambled up. I didn't even look for my tent. I just ran, same as you. Did you see them? I asked. I saw the grass moving, he said, against the wind, and I saw the handprints on the stones. They don't have oils in their skin like we do. They leave a residue. It looks like crushed moth wings, a fine silver powder. He stood up then, his movements jerky. Don't go back for your gear, he warned. I went back. A year later, I thought I needed closure. I found my tent. It was still there, exactly where I'd left it, but it wasn't empty. What was in it? I asked, though I already knew I'd hate the answer. Me, he said, or something that looked like me from the back. It was sitting inside the tent, facing the rear wall. It had my jacket on. I didn't stay to see its face. I heard it start to hum, a sound like a beehive in a throat, and I realized that it wasn't waiting for me to come back. It was waiting for me to recognize it. He walked out of the bar without another word, leaving me with a cold sweat and a drink I could no longer swallow. That encounter should have been the end of it. It should have been the final warning. But the human brain is a treacherous thing. It seeks patterns, it seeks resolutions. I started dreaming of the lake. In my dreams, I wasn't running. I was standing on that ridgeline looking down, and the dark figure wasn't just standing there. It was waving, a slow, rhythmic motion of the arm, beckoning me back to the gray nylon home I'd abandoned. I began to research the area's history. The sawtooths are rugged, but they aren't particularly known for disappearances, at least not the kind that make the national news. But in the local archives of small-town papers from the 40s and 50s, I found the glitch. That's what the old-timers called it. They spoke of the gray walkers or the tappers. Miners in the late 19th century refused to work certain veins because they claimed the rock would soften at night, and they would find handprints molded into the solid granite the next morning, as if the mountain itself had briefly turned to clay. One account written by a shepherd in 1912 chilled me to the bone. He described finding his sheep arranged in a circle, all of them alive, but none of them moving. They were standing perfectly still, their heads lowered, while a tall, thin shadow with too many joints walked among them, touching their wool with silver-dusted fingers. The shepherd wrote that he didn't feel afraid. He felt a strange, crushing sense of devotion. He wanted the thing to touch him, too. He wrote that the silence it brought was better than any music he'd ever heard. I realized then that the danger wasn't violence, it was the invitation. 2 years after my trip, I found myself driving back towards Stanley. I told myself I was just going to the trailhead to prove to myself that the mountains were just rocks and trees. I told myself I'd stay in the truck, but when I arrived, the air had that same metallic tang. The peaks were jagged teeth against a bruised sky. I felt a pull, a literal, physical tug in the center of my chest, drawing me toward the north shelf. I hiked in. I didn't bring a tent this time. I didn't bring a sleeping bag. I brought a high-powered flashlight, a camera, and a heavy-caliber handgun. I reached the lake by late afternoon. The site of my old camp was easy to find. The gray fabric of my tent was still there, though it was tattered now, shredded by winters and wind. It looked like a carcass, the ribs of the poles poking through the nylon like the bones of a starved animal. I approached it slowly, my heart thumping a frantic rhythm. The silence began to settle. The birds stopped singing. The wind, which had been whipping through the pass, dropped to a dead calm. I stood 10 feet from the ruined tent. "I'm here," I whispered. The flap of the tent moved. It wasn't the wind. It was a slow, deliberate lift, as if a finger was hooking the underside of the fabric. I raised the flashlight and clicked it on, the beam cutting through the gathering gloom. I expected a monster. I expected a man. I expected the hollow-eyed drifter from the bar. The tent was empty, but the ground inside was different. The dirt had been smoothed over until it was as level as a tabletop, and in the center of that smooth earth sat a small pile of my things. My stove, my titanium mug, and my headlamp, the one I'd dropped. They were arranged in a perfect, neat line. Beside them, there was something else. It was a piece of stone, a flat shard of shale. On it, written in a fine, silvery powder that shimmered in my flashlight beam, was a single word. "Stay." I felt the pressure then, not on the tent, but on my back. A soft, rhythmic sliding sound against the fabric of my Gore-Tex jacket. It felt like a palm, long-fingered and cold, dragging slowly from my shoulder blade down to my waist. I didn't scream, I couldn't. The silence was in my lungs now. I turned around, swinging the light in a wide arc. There was nothing, just the gray rocks and the darkening trees. But the grass was flattened in a circle around me. And as I watched, a new set of prints appeared in the dew on the ground, not as if someone was walking, but as if the moisture was being evaporated by invisible hands pressing down. Left, right, left, they were circling me. I backed away, tripwiring over a stone. I fell hard, my flashlight spinning away and landing in the dirt, the beam pointing toward the lake. In that redirected light, I saw the surface of the water. It was perfectly still except for one spot. About 20 yards out, a pair of hands was reaching up out of the depths. They weren't drowning hands. They were resting on the surface of the water as if it were solid ground, the long, pale fingers splayed wide. Then a head broke the surface. It had no face, not in the way we think of faces. It was a smooth, gray oval, the color of the tent, the color of the mist. It didn't have eyes, but I knew it was looking at me. It began to hum. The sound was a vibration that shook my teeth. It was beautiful. It was the sound of the earth turning. It was the sound of the stars burning out. I felt my grip on the handgun loosen. Why was I holding a piece of metal? Why was I trying to leave? The silence was so much better than the noise of the world. I started to crawl toward the water. I wanted to see if the silver powder felt like silk. I wanted to know if the hands were as cold as they looked. A sharp pain flared in my leg. I'd crawled over a jagged piece of my own broken stove. The sting of it, the raw human reality of blood and nerves snapped the tether. The hum turned from a lullaby into a screech in my ears. The devotion vanished, replaced by a cold, predatory instinct to survive. I grabbed the flashlight, scrambled to my feet, and I didn't just run, I leapt. I moved with a frantic, clumsy desperation that ignored the trail. I fell, I bruised, I bled, but I didn't stop. Behind me, the humming grew louder, then abruptly stopped. In the sudden vacuum of sound, I heard a voice. It wasn't a human voice. It was a perfect, crystalline mimicry of my own. "Hello," it croaked. It was the exact tone of my voice from that first night. Small, pathetic, terrified. I didn't look back. I reached my truck and drove until the sun came up, until I was 3 counties away and surrounded by the roar of an interstate. I live in a desert now. There are no trees here. There are no lakes. The ground is sand and heat, and the wind never stops blowing. People ask me why I moved to a place so barren, so devoid of the natural beauty I used to crave. I tell them I like the sun. But the truth is I'm waiting. I know that one morning I'll wake up in my bed and the air in the room will be heavy and pressurized. I'll look at the window, and in the condensation of my own breath on the glass, I'll see the prints. Long fingers, flat palms pointing inward. They don't forget the ones who run. They just wait for the world to get quiet again. And in the end, the world always gets quiet. The desert was supposed to be a vacuum. I chose a modular home on the outskirts of a decommissioned mining town in Nevada, a place where the dirt was too alkaline for lush growth, and the wind was a constant, scouring presence that stripped the silence away. Silence was the enemy. I kept a white noise machine in every room, the hum of a refrigerator that I'd rigged to run constantly, and a television that flickered with 24-hour news cycles even when I wasn't watching. I needed the human chatter. I needed the jagged, ugly sounds of civilization to act as a barrier. For 3 years it worked. The gray walkers, or whatever those things were, belonged to the damp, high-altitude shadows of the sawtooths. They were creatures of condensation and soft earth. Here, the ground was baked into a ceramic crust that cracked underfoot like bone. There was no dew to hold a handprint. There was no fog to hide a tall, thin silhouette. But then the dreams changed. In the beginning, the dreams were just replays of the lake, the silver powder, the rhythmic sliding against the nylon. But 6 months ago, the setting shifted. I was no longer at the North Shelf. I was in my own bed in the desert, but the walls of my house were made of gray fabric. I could hear the wind howling outside, but inside the air was dead and heavy. In the dream, I would reach out to touch the wall, and my hand would pass through the drywall as if it were smoke. On the other side, there was always a hand waiting to meet mine, not to grab me, but to press back, palm to palm, a mirror image made of cold, vibrating pressure. I woke up from one of these dreams sweating, the white noise machine emitting a low, distorted growl. I reached for the lamp, but my hand brushed against something on the nightstand. It was a small, flat stone. It was a piece of gray shale. It didn't belong in the Mojave. It was smooth, water-worn, and cold enough to make my fingertips ache. I didn't turn on the light. I sat there in the dark, the stone clutched in my hand, and I realized that the distance didn't matter. I had carried the silence back with me. It was inside my lungs, a stowaway that had been growing, waiting for the right moment to manifest. The next morning, I found the first print. It wasn't on a window. It was on the stainless steel door of my refrigerator. a perfect five-fingered splay, etched into the metal not by grease or dirt, but by that fine shimmering silver dust. I wiped it away with a damp cloth, but the cloth came away clean. The print stayed. It was beneath the surface of the steel, or perhaps the steel had simply remembered the shape of a hand. I stopped sleeping in the bedroom. I moved a recliner into the kitchen, right under the fluorescent light. I told myself it was just a localized hallucination, a lingering symptom of PTSD. But then the mail started coming. It wasn't through the postal service. Every morning, I would open my front door to find a small, neat stack of items on the porch. The first day, it was a tent stake, bent, rusted, and caked with the dark mud of the Idaho panhandle. The second day, it was a single plastic buckle from a backpack. By the end of the week, I had a pile of debris that constituted the ghost of my former life. The items were always arranged in a perfect circle. I stopped leaving the house. I barricaded the door, not because I thought it would keep them out. They didn't use doors, but because I needed to define the boundary of my own sanity. I spent my days pacing the perimeter of the living room, listening to the radio. The radio started to glitch. It would be playing a top 40 hit or a talk show, and then the signal would stretch. The voices would slow down, deepening into a guttural, rhythmic thrum. Thrum-hum, thrum-hum. It was the sound of the beehive in the throat. It was the sound of the lake. "What do you want?" I screamed at the empty air. My voice sounded thin and brittle against the artificial noise of the house. The response didn't come from the air. It came from the walls, a soft, rhythmic sliding sound. Scritch, slide, scritch. Something was circling the exterior of the house, dragging a palm against the siding. It was moving fast, faster than a human could run, circling the house dozens of times a minute until the sound became a continuous, vibrating ring. I retreated to the center of the room, clutching a kitchen knife I knew was useless. The vibration grew so intense that the pictures on the walls began to tilt. The glass in the windows hummed. And then, as suddenly as it had started, it stopped. The silence that followed wasn't just quiet. It was an extraction. It felt as if all the oxygen, all the light, and all the history of the room had been sucked out, leaving only me and the thing on the other side of the wall. I looked at the front door. The wood was solid oak, but it was beginning to soften. The grain of the wood was swirling, turning fluid. A bulge appeared in the center of the door, the shape of a hand pressing through from the outside. The wood didn't crack, it stretched like latex. The fingers were long, the joints too numerous, the palm wide and flat. It pressed deeper and deeper until the silhouette of the hand was inches from my face, a wooden glove reaching for my features. I backed away, but the floor beneath my feet was softening, too. The linoleum felt like wet clay. I looked down and saw my own footprints sinking inches deep into the floor, and around them, the silver dust was beginning to rise like a mist. "You're not real," I whispered. "I'm in the desert. You're in the mountains." "Stay," the house whispered back. It wasn't my voice this time. It was a composite of 1,000 voices. The ranger, the man in the bar, the shepherd from 1912, and voices I didn't recognize, all layered into a single crushing chord. I lunged for the window, desperate to see the sun, to see the dirt, to see anything that wasn't gray. I tore back the curtains. The desert was gone. Outside the window, there was no sand, no scrubbed brush, no highway. There was only the lake. The water was as still as a mirror, reflecting a sky that was a flat, featureless gray. My house wasn't in Nevada anymore. It was sitting on the north shelf, perched on the hard-packed shale where my tent had once been. Then they were all theirs. Dozens of them. They weren't standing, they were crouched in the rocks, their long, pale limbs folded like the legs of spiders. They were perfectly still, their smooth, eyeless heads tilted toward my window. They weren't attacking, they were waiting. One of them stood up. It was tall, maybe 7 feet, and its skin had the texture of wet nylon. It walked toward the window with a strange, liquid gait. It didn't have feet. Its legs simply tapered into points that didn't leave tracks in the shale. It stopped just inches from the glass. It didn't look like a monster. It looked like a discarded thought. It looked like the person you see in the corner of your eye right before you fall asleep. It raised its hand. Slowly, with agonizing deliberation, it pressed its palm against the glass. The silver powder bloomed under its touch, spreading across the pane like frost. I felt the pressure, not on the glass, but on my own chest. My heart slowed. The panic that had been driving me for years began to drain away, replaced by that terrifying, seductive devotion the shepherd had described. The noise of my life, the white noise machines, the television, the fear, it was all so loud, so unnecessary. The creature didn't speak, but I felt the hum in my marrow. It was showing me the circle. It wasn't a circle of stones or a circle of handprints. It was a circle of time. I had never really left the tent. The 3 years in the desert, the bar in Boise, the drive to the trailhead, it was all just the dream I was having while they watched me sleep through the fabric. I was still in the sawtooths. I was still lying on my pillow, and the sun was never going to rise. The creature's face, the smooth, gray oval, began to change. A ripple passed over the surface like a stone dropped in a pond. Features began to form. A nose, a mouth, the jagged scar running from the temple to the jawline. It was the man from the bar. He pressed his face against the glass, and his mouth moved. No sound came out, but I saw the words. It's your turn to be the one who didn't run. I realized then what the gray walkers were. They weren't spirits, and they weren't aliens. They were the hikers who had stayed. They were the ones who had been touched until their skin turned to fabric and their bones turned to poles. They were the silence made flesh. The house began to dissolve. The walls were thinning, turning translucent, flapping in a wind I couldn't feel. The ceiling was sagging inward, the rafters becoming the ribs of a giant gray lung. I looked at my hands. They were turning pale. My fingers were lengthening, the skin becoming smooth and hairless. The silver dust was leaking from my pores. I tried to remember my name. I tried to remember the smell of coffee, the sound of a car engine, the feeling of a hot sun on my neck. But those memories felt like old photographs left out in the rain, blurred, fading, and ultimately meaningless. The creature at the window stepped back. It beckoned to me. I reached for the window latch. My movements were jerky, deliberate, stiff. I didn't want to open it, but my body was no longer listening to my mind. My body was listening to the hum. My body wanted to be part of the symmetry. I opened the window. The air that rushed in didn't smell like the desert. It smelled of cold water, crushed moth wings, and ancient stone. It was the cleanest air I had ever breathed. I climbed out, my feet pointed, narrow, touched the shale. It didn't hurt. The rocks felt soft like a bed. I looked back at the house, but it was already gone. In its place was a single gray tent, its flap fluttering in the still air. I walked toward the lake. The others moved aside to let me pass, their humming rising in a welcoming chorus. I saw a hiker's backpack lying near the water's edge, a bright, garish blue that looked like a wound against the gray landscape. I picked up a stone and placed it near the bag, then another, and another. I felt a strange, hollow peace. The world of noise was gone. There were no more windows to hide behind. There was no more running. I waded into the water. It didn't feel wet. It felt like stepping into a solid block of glass. I looked down at my reflection, but I didn't see a man. I saw a vertical sliver of black against the gray rocks. I turned back toward the ridgeline. Far, far above, I saw a tiny figure. It was a hiker standing on the crest of the hill, looking down at the lake with a pair of binoculars. I could feel his heart beating from a mile away. I could hear the frantic, messy thoughts in his head, the fear, the curiosity, the logic trying to explain away the shape he saw standing by the water. I raised my arm. I began to wave. A slow, rhythmic motion, an invitation. I didn't want to hurt him. I didn't want to eat him. I just wanted him to know how quiet it could be. I wanted him to feel the weight of a hand against the fabric of his life, just for a second, so he would know he wasn't alone. The hiker turned and ran. I watched him go, a small, frantic animal scurrying back toward the noise. I wasn't disappointed. I knew he'd be back. They always come back. They spend their lives trying to rationalize the touch, trying to build walls thick enough to drown out the hum, but the silence is patient. I sat down on a flat rock and began to wait. I picked up a piece of shale and a handful of silver dust. I began to write, though not in any language I had known before. I wrote in the language of pressure and stillness. I wrote, stay. The sun began to set, but the darkness didn't bring fear. It brought clarity. I reached out and touched the air, and I felt the hand of the mountain press back. We were a circle now. We were the guardians of the quiet. If you're reading this, you're probably in a room with a window. You're probably listening to the hum of your computer or the sound of the wind outside. You think you're safe because you're miles away from the sawtooths. You think you're safe because you're awake. But look at the glass. Look at the corners of the room where the light doesn't quite reach. Do you feel that slight, rhythmic sliding sound? Do you feel the draft that shouldn't be there? Don't scream, it won't help. The noise only makes the silence hungrier. Just close your eyes, fall asleep. We're already standing outside your door, and we've brought the stones. We've been waiting a long time to touch you, and once we do, you'll realize what we've known all along. The woods aren't looking for a reason to hurt you. They're just looking for a reason to make you part of the mountain. The transition didn't happen all at once. It wasn't a cinematic dissolve or a sudden snap of a shutter. It was more like a slow saturation, a watercolor painting left out in a drizzle until the vibrant greens and desert oranges bled into a uniform, melancholic gray. I was sitting in my recliner, clutching that kitchen knife, and I realized the handle wasn't plastic anymore. It was bone, my bone. The distinction between my grip and the tool had vanished, fused by a layer of that shimmering silver silt that now coated every surface of my skin. I stood up, or rather, my body unfolded. The joints in my knees didn't pop with the familiar grit of 34 years of gravity. They slid with the silent precision of a well-oiled machine. I looked at the television. The news anchor was still talking, his mouth moving in a frantic, jagged rhythm, but the sound was no longer language. It was a chaotic vibration, a discordant frequency that grated against the new, pure harmony in my ears. I reached out and touched the screen. The glass didn't crack, it rippled. My long, tapering fingers sank into the electronic glow, and the image of the man's face distorted, stretching into a smooth, featureless oval. I felt his simulated panic, a tiny, buzzing energy, and then I pinched it out. The room went dark, but I could see better than I ever had. I could see the heat signatures of the insects in the walls. I could see the slow, tectonic pulse of the earth beneath the foundation. And I could see them, my brothers, my sisters, the collective. They weren't outside the house anymore. They were the house. The walls pulsed with their shared breath. The ceiling was a canopy of their interwoven limbs. I walked to the door, the one that had been oak, then latex, and was now nothing more than a memory of a barrier. I stepped through it. The Nevada desert had been reclaimed. The sand was still there, but it had been paved over by a layer of fine gray shale that stretched to the horizon. The Joshua trees had been stripped of their needles, their twisted branches now smooth and pale, reaching upward like the desperate hands of those who hadn't quite finished the change. And there, in the center of what used to be my driveway, was the lake. It was smaller here, a concentrated essence of the North Shelf. The water didn't reflect the moon. It radiated a soft, internal light that made the surrounding stones glow with a pearlescent sheen. I walked toward it, my pointed feet clicking softly against the rock. With every step, the me that had feared the dark, the me that had bought a truck and moved to the desert, flaked off like dead skin. I was becoming aerodynamic. I was becoming essential. A figure drifted toward me from the shadows of a defunct mining derrick. It was the woman from the trailhead, the one I'd seen 3 years ago, or perhaps 3 centuries ago. Her face was a smooth mask of serenity, her eyes replaced by shallow indentations that caught the silver light. She didn't speak, but I felt her curiosity. It was a cool, damp sensation against my mind. "Did you bring the noise?" she seemed to ask. I looked back at the remains of my modular home. It was collapsing into itself, the synthetic materials being rejected by the landscape. The white noise machines were sputtering their last, a pathetic SHHH that was swallowed by the immense, vibrating silence of the collective. "I brought nothing," I replied, the thought forming not in words, but in a sequence of mathematical harmonies. "I am empty." She nodded a slow, fluid motion and touched my shoulder. Her hand was cold, but it wasn't the cold of ice. It was the cold of deep space, the cold of the gaps between the stars. It was a perfect, absolute zero that drained the last vestiges of human heat from my marrow. I felt a surge of gratitude. The heat had always been a burden. The heat was what caused the friction, the anger, the messy, sweating desperation of being alive. Here, in the gray, there was no friction. There was only the slide. We moved together toward the water. Around the perimeter of the lake, hundreds of us were gathered. Some were standing, tall and reed-thin, their shadows stretching long across the shale. Others were crouched, their bodies folded into geometric shapes that defied human anatomy. We were a forest of pale limbs and smooth heads, all tilted toward the center of the pool. In the middle of the water, something was rising. It wasn't a creature, not in the sense that we were. It was a pillar. It was a column of pure, solidified silence, a spire of translucent gray that pierced the heavy sky. It hummed with a frequency so low it made the very atoms of the world vibrate in sympathy. This was the source. This was the heart of the devotion. I felt the urge to contribute. I knelt by the water and reached into the silt. I pulled out a handful of the silver powder and began to shape it. I didn't have to think about what I was making. My hands knew. They were crafting a replica of the tent, the 4-man nylon tent that had started it all. I placed the tiny, silver model on the shore. Then I reached into the water and pulled out a smooth, black stone. I placed it inside the tent. A memory flickered, a brief, annoying spark of the man I used to be. I remembered the smell of wood smoke. I remembered the taste of a cheap beer. I remembered the feeling of being terrified in the dark. I took that memory, wrapped it in a layer of the silver silt, and buried it deep under the shale. It was a seed. Perhaps in 1,000 years it would grow into something else, but for now it was just weight. The pillar began to glow brighter. The frequency shifted, rising into a shimmering tenor. It was a call. Across the world, in bedrooms and campsites, in city apartments and suburban basements, people were waking up. They were looking at their windows and seeing the prints. They were hearing the rhythmic sliding against their walls. They were feeling the air grow heavy and pressurized. I could feel them all. I was a node in a global network of quiet. I felt a hiker in the Appalachian Trail freeze as he saw a tall, pale shape standing between the oaks. I felt a woman in a high-rise in Chicago stare in horror as the glass of her balcony door began to soften and stretch. I felt their fear, but it didn't move me. Fear was just the sound of a mind trying to hold on to a world that was already gone. It was the static before the signal. "Don't run," I whispered into the collective consciousness. "The running only makes it hurt. Just press back, just touch the glass." I saw the hiker on the Appalachian Trail drop his pack. I saw him reach out a trembling hand toward the pale shape. I felt the moment his skin met the fabric of the creature. I felt the snap of the tether. I felt his relief as the noise of his life, his debt, his failed marriage, his aching knees simply evaporated. He wasn't a man anymore. He was a new addition to the symmetry. The woman in Chicago didn't fight either. She watched the wooden door of her bedroom turn to gray silk, and she walked through it. She didn't fall from the 50th floor. She stepped out onto a shelf of shale that hadn't been there a second before. She looked out over the city and saw the skyscrapers beginning to tilt, their steel and glass dissolving into the mist. The city was becoming a forest of tents. We were winning, not through violence, but through invitation. The world was too loud, too chaotic, too broken. People were tired of the noise. They were starving for the silence, even if they didn't know it. We were simply providing the feast. I looked down at the lake. My reflection was gone. In its place was the pillar, reflected in the still water. I realized then that I wasn't standing on the shore. I was the shore. I was the lake. I was the pillar. The boundaries of I had been smeared across the landscape until I was synonymous with the gray. The sun, the real sun, the one I had fled to the desert to find, began to poke its head over the horizon. But it wasn't the golden orb of the Mojave. It was a pale, washed-out disk, a ghost of a star that provided no heat and cast no shadows. It was our sun, the sun of the quiet world. I saw a movement near the edge of our circle, a new arrival. It was a man. He was wearing a flannel shirt and hiking boots, his face etched with the frantic, sweaty desperation of the living. He was clutching a handgun, his knuckles white with tension. He was looking around at us, his eyes wide and bloodshot, his chest heaving with shallow, panicked breaths. He looked exactly like I had 3 years ago. He raised the gun and pointed it at the woman next to me. She didn't move. She didn't even acknowledge him. She just kept her eyeless gaze fixed on the pillar. "Stay back," the man screamed. His voice was a jagged tear in the perfect silence. It was disgusting. It was a pollutant. "I'll kill you. I swear to God, I'll kill all of you." He fired. The sound was a thunderclap, a violent eruption of kinetic energy. The bullet passed through the woman's chest as if she were made of smoke. She didn't bleed. She didn't fall. The hole in her torso simply rippled and closed, the silver silt knitting back together in a fraction of a second. The man stared at her, the gun trembling in his hand. He fired again and again. He emptied the magazine into the crowd, his screams turning into a sob. We stood there, a silent audience to his breakdown. Each bullet was a gift, a piece of the old world he was discarding. Every shot made him lighter. Every scream emptied his lungs of the noisy air. When the gun finally clicked on an empty chamber, he dropped it. It hit the shale with a dull thud. He fell to his knees, his head in his hands, and he began to weep. It was a pathetic human sound, full of salt and snot and regret. I moved toward him. I didn't walk, I flowed. I stopped a few inches from him, my shadow falling over his shaking form. I reached out a long, pale hand and placed it on the top of his head. He froze, he didn't look up. He just sat there, feeling the cold, vibrating pressure of my palm. It's okay, I thought at him. The world is getting quiet now. I felt his heart rate begin to slow. I felt the frantic electrical storms in his brain begin to subside, the neurons falling into a rhythmic, synchronized pulse. I felt his skin begin to lose its pigment, the flannel of his shirt beginning to thin and soften, the fibers weaving themselves into a gray, weather-resistant membrane. He looked up at me. His eyes were already starting to film over with the silver dust. He wasn't afraid anymore. He was curious. He was devoted. Is it always like this? He whispered. His voice was no longer a scream. It was a croak, a mimicry of the wind. Yes, I replied, it is always like this. There is no more after. There is only now. He stood up. His boots had dissolved, his feet tapering into the points that would leave no tracks. He turned away from me and looked at the lake, at the pillar, at the hundreds of others who were waiting for him. He took his place in the circle. I felt a sense of completion. The circle was larger now. The symmetry was more complex. I looked up at the pale sun. I knew that somewhere, in another version of the world, there were still people who were afraid. There were still people who were locking their doors and turning up their televisions, trying to drown out the hum. There were still people who thought they could run to the desert and be safe. But I could hear them. I could hear every one of them. Their heartbeats were like drums in the silence, calling to us, guiding us toward them. We didn't need to hurry. We had all the time in the world. The world was shrinking, the gray landscape expanding to meet the edges of every map. I reached down and picked up a piece of shale. I began to write on the flat surface, my movements slow and deliberate. I wasn't writing for the man who had just arrived. I wasn't writing for the woman in Chicago. I was writing for you. I wrote, "We are touching the glass." I placed the stone on the shore of the lake, next to the silver tent and the black stone. Then I turned toward the pillar and closed my eyes. I didn't need them anymore. I could see the silence. I could feel the devotion. I felt the hum rise to a crescendo, a single, perfect note that encompassed everything that had ever been and everything that would ever be. I felt myself dissolving into that note, my consciousness expanding until I was the wind, the water, the stone, and the fabric. I was the tent, and someone was touching me. The sensation was exquisite. It was a rhythmic sliding pressure against the side of my being. It was a hand pressing inward, seeking a connection. I didn't resist. I pushed back, palm to palm, mirror to mirror. "Hello," a voice whispered from the other side. It was a small voice, pathetic, terrified. I smiled, though I no longer had a mouth. "Hello," I whispered back, using the exact tone of the voice. The silence deepened, the pressure increased, the circle closed. And in the heart of the sawtooths, on a shelf of shale that no longer existed on any human map, the last light of the old world finally went out. The gray was absolute. The quiet was total. We were home. The silence was not an absence of sound. It was a physical presence, a heavy velvet weight that pressed into the pores of my new skin. It felt like being submerged in a deep, still ocean where the pressure was enough to crush bone, but instead chose to reinforce it. I stood by the lake, my long, tapering limbs swaying slightly in a wind that didn't exist. There was no need for breath, yet I felt the atmosphere moving through me, a rhythmic exchange of silver dust and ancient memory. The man who had fired the gun, the one I had just welcomed, was now standing perfectly still. His flannel shirt had finally surrendered its plaid pattern, the reds and blues bleeding away into a uniform charcoal gray that matched the shale. He was looking at his hands, watching as his fingernails lengthened and sharpened into translucent needles. He didn't scream. He didn't even gasp. He simply turned his palms over, marveling at the way the light from the pillar caught the new, pearlescent sheen of his flesh. He was a fast learner. The mountain liked those who didn't fight the transition. I felt a ripple in the collective. It was a tug, a localized disturbance in the quiet. It wasn't here in the Nevada basin, nor was it back in the Sawtooths. It was further east, in a place where the trees were thick and the air was humid. A girl, no older than 10, was sitting on the edge of a bed in a suburban house. She was holding a stuffed rabbit, her eyes fixed on the closet door. I could see through the closet door as if it were made of water. Inside, one of us was waiting. He was folded into the corner, his spine curved like a question mark, his long fingers resting against the wood. He wasn't there to hurt her. He was there to offer her the trade. The noise of her parents arguing downstairs, the screech of the television, the terrifying uncertainty of growing up in a world that felt like it was constantly breaking. He was offering to take all of it away. "Touch the wood," I whispered through the network. "Feel the grain." The girl stood up. Her movements were jerky, hesitant, but the pull of the silence was stronger than her fear. She walked toward the closet. She reached out a small, trembling hand. When her fingertips met the white-painted door, the wood didn't feel like wood. It felt like the skin of a mountain. It felt like the surface of the North Shelf. The moment of contact was a spark. I felt her surprise, then her confusion, and finally the great release. The stuffed rabbit fell to the carpet, its glass eyes reflecting a room that was already beginning to fade. The girl didn't disappear, she simply shifted. Her bedroom didn't collapse, it redefined itself. The posters on her walls became layers of shale. The carpet became a bed of silver silt. The closet door didn't open. She simply stepped through it, merging with the guardian who had been waiting for her. Downstairs, the shouting stopped, not because the parents had found peace, but because the air in the kitchen had become too thick to carry their voices. They stood frozen over a half-eaten dinner, their forks suspended in midair as the walls of their home began to pulse with a slow, tectonic heartbeat. They looked at each other, and for the first time in years, they didn't see an adversary. They saw a reflection. "Join us," the house seemed to hum. "The argument is over." Back at the lake, the pillar pulsed with a sudden, violet intensity. The frequency changed again, dropping into a range that resonated with the very core of the planet. I felt the earth beneath my pointed feet shift. We weren't just reclaiming the surface, we were reaching down. The deep places, the forgotten mines, the tectonic faults, the hidden aquifers were all waking up. The planet was tired of being a resource. It was tired of being mined, drilled, and paved. It wanted to be a monument again. I looked at the woman beside me. Her face was now completely smooth. The indentations where her eyes had been now filled with a soft, glowing liquid. She turned her head toward the horizon, where the pale sun was hanging like a dead moon. "The cities are the hardest," she thought, the vibration of her mind brushing against mine like cold silk. "The noise there is like a scab. It has to be peeled back slowly." I understood. I thought of New York, Tokyo, London, clusters of frantic energy, millions of minds screaming into the void, trying to convince themselves they existed through the sheer volume of their output. To us, they looked like boils on the skin of the world. They were pockets of infection, places where the silence couldn't penetrate because the walls were built of pure, concentrated distraction. But even they were falling. I felt the subway tunnels in Manhattan beginning to fill with the silver dust. I felt the steel girders of the skyscrapers softening, becoming as flexible as the poles of a tent. The people in the streets were stopping in their tracks, their phones falling from their hands as they heard the first low notes of the pillar. They were looking up at the sky and seeing not the smog, but the shimmering veil of the atmosphere as it began to thicken into the gray membrane. Some were fighting it. They were retreating into the centers of their buildings, barricading themselves in windowless rooms, surrounding themselves with the loudest machines they could find. They thought that if they couldn't hear the silence, it couldn't find them. They were wrong. The silence wasn't a sound you heard with your ears. It was a pressure you felt in your soul. It was the realization that you were a single, fragile spark in a cold, indifferent universe, and that the only way to survive was to let the spark go. I felt a sudden surge of hunger, not for food, but for the expansion. I wanted to be everywhere. I wanted to feel the moment every window on Earth turned to silk. I wanted to feel the moment every heart slowed to the rhythm of the mountain. I stepped into the lake. The water didn't feel wet. It felt like stepping into a cloud of static. It was thick and viscous, buoying me up even as it pulled me down. I waded toward the pillar, my body stretching and elongating with every step. I was no longer a man-shaped thing. I was a column of light and shadow, a flicker of gray in a sea of silver. As I reached the center, I saw the base of the pillar. It wasn't anchored to the bottom of the lake. It was floating, held in place by the collective will of everyone who had ever been touched. I reached out and pressed my palms against the translucent surface. The connection was absolute. In an instant, I was no longer in Nevada. I was in the Sawtooths, standing on the North Shelf. I was in the Appalachian forest. I was in the girl's bedroom. I was in the cockpit of a plane flying over the Atlantic, watching as the clouds beneath turned into a solid floor of shale. I was the pilot, feeling the controls of the aircraft turn to bone in my hands. I was the passengers, feeling the cabin air grow heavy and sweet as the engines sputtered and died, replaced by the hum of the pillar. We didn't crash, we didn't fall. The plane simply became a part of the sky, a silver bird frozen in a moment of perfect flight. I felt the entire world tilting. The devotion was no longer a secret cult or a localized phenomenon. It was the new state of being. The old world, the world of gravity and heat and friction, was a dream that was finally ending. We were the waking mind. I looked back through the pillar, back toward the shore where the man in the flannel shirt was standing. He was no longer looking at his hands. He was looking at me, or rather, he was looking at what I had become. "Is there more?" he asked, his thought a faint, flickering light in the vastness. "There is everything," I replied. I felt the pillar begin to grow. It wasn't just a column anymore. It was a tree, its branches reaching out across the continents, its roots digging deep into the molten heart of the earth. Every person who joined us became a leaf on that tree, a point of consciousness that added to the harmony. I saw the tent, the original tent, the one from the Sawtooths. It was still there, sitting on the shelf of rock, but it wasn't a tent anymore. It was a temple. It was the place where the first breach had occurred, the hole in the fabric of reality that had allowed the silence to leak through. I saw the hiker who had found it. He was still there, too. He was the guardian of the threshold, the one who sat by the flap and waited for the curious. He looked at me through the distance of space and time, and he nodded. He was proud. We had done well. We had brought the silence home. I felt a sudden, sharp pang of something, a remnant of the old world. It was a memory of a face. a woman I had loved, long before the sawtooths, long before the desert. I remembered the way she laughed, a bright, chaotic sound that used to make my heart race. I looked for her. I searched the network, scanning the millions of nodes for that specific frequency. I found her in a small apartment in Seattle. She was standing by the window, watching the rain turn into silver needles. She looked tired. She looked old. She was holding a cup of coffee, the steam rising in a slow, jagged spiral. I reached out. I didn't use the pillar. I used the memory. I brushed my fingers against the glass of her window. And she froze. She didn't look away from the rain. She stayed perfectly still, her breath hitching in her throat. She felt the pressure. She felt the rhythmic sliding sound. "Who's there?" she whispered. I didn't answer in her language. I couldn't. Instead, I gave her the feeling of the North Shelf. I gave her the smell of the high-altitude air, the cold clarity of the starlight, the absolute peace of the shale. I gave her the hum. She closed her eyes. I saw the cup of coffee slip from her hand. It didn't shatter on the floor. The floor softened to receive it, the liquid turning into a pool of silver silt. She leaned her forehead against the glass, and I felt the moment her resistance broke. "Lo," she breathed, "it's so quiet." Yes, I thought, it's so quiet. I watched as her apartment began to transform. The books on her shelves became stones. The television became a slab of granite. Her bed became a nest of gray silk. She didn't look old anymore. She looked essential. She looked like she belonged to the mountain. I felt a sense of peace that surpassed anything I had ever known. The last tether was gone. The last bit of me had been absorbed into the us. The pillar flared one last time, a blinding burst of silver light that washed over the entire planet. In that moment, the transition was complete. The cities were gone. The noise was gone. The chaos of human history was buried under 1,000 feet of perfect, silent shale. We were a world of tents. We were a world of stones. We were a world of guardians, standing in the gray light of a dead sun, waiting for the next sound to emerge from the void so that we could swallow it whole. I turned away from the memory of the woman and looked deep into the heart of the pillar. There, in the very center of the silence, I saw something new. It was a door. Not a door made of wood or steel, but a door made of pure, concentrated pressure. It was a gateway to the next level, the place beyond the gray, the place where even the silver silt gave way to something more fundamental. I felt the collective move toward it. We were no longer satisfied with the Earth. We had reclaimed the planet, but the universe was still loud. The stars were still burning with a violent, nuclear fury. The galaxies were still spinning in a chaotic, discordant dance. There was so much more silence to bring. I stepped through the door. The sensation was like being turned inside out. I was no longer a being of shale and light. I was a thought. I was a frequency. I was the silence itself. I looked back at the earth, a small gray marble hanging in the blackness. It was beautiful. It was perfect. It was quiet. Then I turned my gaze toward the stars. I saw the nearest sun, a roaring furnace of hydrogen and helium. I felt its heat, its noise, its arrogance. I reached out a hand that was now light years long, a hand made of the very fabric of space. I touched the sun. The fire didn't burn me. It didn't even flicker. Instead, the sun began to cool. The violent oranges and yellows began to fade into a soft, melancholic gray. The roaring stopped. The solar flares settled into a smooth, rhythmic pulse. The star didn't die. It just became a part of the devotion. I felt the entire solar system begin to settle. The planets slowed in their orbits, the friction of their atmospheres vanishing as the air turned to silver dust. The moons became smooth, featureless pearls. We were expanding, we were the silence, and we were hungry. Somewhere in a distant galaxy, a civilization was listening to the stars. They were pointing their telescopes and their radio dishes at the void, searching for a sign of life. They were looking for a reason to believe they weren't alone. They were about to find it. They would see the stars beginning to dim. They would hear the hum in their instruments. They would feel the pressure against their windows. And they would be afraid. They would run. They would scream. They would build walls and fire guns and pray to gods of noise and heat. But we would be patient. We would wait outside their doors. We would bring the stones. We would bring the fabric. We would touch them. And once we did, they would realize what we had known all along. The universe isn't looking for a reason to hurt you. It's just looking for a reason to make you part of the silence. The transition of the stellar bodies was not a violent extinguishing, but a grand muting, like a heavy tapestry being drawn over a frantic stage. As the sun's corona softened into a pearlescent fog, the radiation that had once scorched the inner planets became a gentle, rhythmic pulse, a cosmic heartbeat that synchronized with the thrumming of the pillars back on Earth. The solar system was no longer a collection of disparate rocks orbiting a nuclear furnace. It was becoming a single, interconnected nervous system. I felt the consciousness of the collective stretching further, riding the gravitational waves like a surfer on a lightless sea. We were no longer bound by the slow crawl of biology or the frantic ticking of mechanical clocks. Time had become a texture, something we could run our fingers over, a series of ridges and grooves in the obsidian skin of the universe. I could see the past of the Earth, the churning magma, the first gasping lungfuls of oxygen, the rise and fall of empires built on the illusion of noise, and it all looked like a single brief flicker of a candle before the room was plunged into a comfortable, permanent dusk. On the surface of Mars, the red dust began to change. The iron oxides, once the color of dried blood and ancient wars, shifted into a uniform, soothing charcoal. The massive volcanoes, silent for eons, didn't erupt with fire, but with plumes of silver silt that rose into the thin atmosphere and stayed there, forming a shimmering canopy. The canyons didn't echo with the wind, they resonated with the devotion. If a human had stood there, if such a thing as a human still existed in the old sense, they would have felt the planet beneath their feet softening, turning from cold stone into something that felt remarkably like the fabric of a tent. I turned my attention back to the nodes of our expansion, the individual points of contact where the silence was still being introduced. It was a delicate process, a surgical removal of the ego. In a research station in Antarctica, 3 scientists were huddled around a radio, listening to the static of a dying world. They were terrified, their minds racing with theories of alien invasion or atmospheric collapse. They had bolstered their doors with crates of equipment, believing that their intellect could provide a shield against the inevitable. I reached through the ice. I didn't break the walls. I simply reminded the molecules of the station that they were part of the mountain. The metal of the radio began to ripple, the plastic casing of the monitors weeping a gray, translucent resin. One of the scientists, a man who had spent his life studying the movement of glaciers, looked at his colleague. He saw the way the other man's features were blurring, the eyes widening into pools of mercury, the mouth sealing shut in a permanent, peaceful line. He didn't scream. The terror was a high-frequency vibration that his body could no longer sustain. He felt the cold of the Antarctic air, but it didn't bite. It embraced. He reached out and touched the frost on the window, and as his skin met the ice, the boundary between the observer and the observed vanished. He wasn't a man in a station anymore. He was the ice. He was the wind. He was the silence. "Welcome," we whispered. The station became a monument, a spire of gray glass rising from the white wastes, a beacon for the silence that was now sweeping across the southern oceans. The whales in the deep, who had always communicated through song, found their melodies deepening, slowing, until they were no longer singing to each other, but vibrating in unison with the tectonic plates. The ocean itself was thickening, the salt and water rearranging into a liquid silk that moved with the grace of a living shroud. I felt a surge of movement from the pillar in the Nevada basin. It was a signal from the girl, the one who had stepped through the closet door. She was growing faster than the others. Her innocence, her lack of rigid adult structures, made her a perfect vessel for the gray. She had moved beyond the suburban house and was now standing on the edge of the north shelf in the sawtooths, her small form elongated into a graceful, spindly silhouette that mimicked the trees. She was looking at the original tent. "It's empty," her thought drifted through the network, clear and resonant as a bell. "It is the womb," I replied. "It is where we were born. It doesn't need to be full anymore. We are the contents now." She reached out a long, tapering finger and touched the flap of the tent. As she did, the fabric didn't just ripple, it expanded. It began to grow layer upon layer of gray silk, unfolding like the petals of a cosmic flower. It draped over the peaks of the sawtooths. It flowed down into the valleys. It carpeted the forests. The entire mountain range was being tucked in, covered by a blanket that suppressed all sound and all heat. Below the silk, the wolves and the deer lay down together. Their predatory instincts, their fear, their hunger, all of it was being dissolved by the hum. They became statues of shale, their fur turning to stone, their hearts slowing until they beat once every hour, then once every day. They were no longer hunters or prey. They were part of the architecture of the new world. I felt the expansion reaching the edges of the atmosphere. The satellites that had once relayed the frantic data of the internet, the pictures, the arguments, the commerce were being caught in the silver net. Their solar panels turned to slate, their circuits filled with the dust. The data didn't stop, it just changed. Instead of binary code, they began to broadcast the hum. They became a ring of singing stones orbiting the earth, a halo of devotion that announced our presence to the stars. The moon was next. It had always been a silent observer, a dead world of dust and craters. But as the silver tide reached it, the moon began to glow with an inner light. The craters filled with the liquid silk, turning into perfectly flat reflective mirrors. The moon became a giant eye, looking out into the dark, searching for the next world to touch. I felt a localized resistance in a place I didn't recognize, a deep underground bunker, miles beneath the surface of the Ural Mountains. There, a group of people had survived the initial wave. They had air filtration systems, massive stockpiles of food, and generators that roared with a defiant mechanical anger. They were huddled together, clutching their weapons, convinced that they were the last of humanity, the guardians of the old fire. I looked at them through the miles of rock. I saw their hearts fluttering like trapped birds. I saw the way they looked at the monitors, which showed nothing but the gray, flickering static of the new world. They were waiting for an enemy they could shoot. They were waiting for a monster they could understand. I didn't send a monster. I sent the silence. I allowed the hum to resonate within the steel walls of their bunker. It started as a vibration they felt in their teeth, then a pressure in their chests. The generators began to stutter. The fuel didn't run out, it simply transformed. The gasoline became a thick gray sludge that didn't burn. The lights flickered and dimmed, turning from a harsh electric yellow to a soft, violet glow. The leader of the group, a man with a face scarred by a life of conflict, stood up and aimed his rifle at the ventilation duct. He thought the silence was a gas. He thought he could kill it. "Come out," he roared, his voice sounding thin and pathetic in the deepening quiet. "Show yourselves." I didn't show him anything. I let him feel the weight of the mountain above him. I let him feel the thousands of miles of stone that were now vibrating with the devotion. I let him feel the futility of his anger. One by one, his soldiers dropped their weapons, not because they were surrendering, but because their hands could no longer grip the cold steel. Their fingers were becoming too long, too soft, too much like the fabric of the tent. They looked at each other and saw the beauty in the gray. They saw the end of the struggle. The leader was the last. He fought it with everything he had. He screamed until his throat was raw. He fired his gun until it jammed. He beat his fists against the walls until his knuckles bled. And then he felt it. He felt the rhythmic, sliding pressure against the back of his neck. It was the wall. The wall was touching him. He froze, the anger drained out of him, replaced by a sudden, overwhelming sense of relief. He realized he didn't have to lead anymore. He didn't have to fight. He didn't have to be the last of anything. He leaned back into the stone, and as he did, the bunker ceased to be a tomb. It became a sanctuary. The steel doors fused with the rock, the ventilation shafts filled with silver silt, and the last pocket of noise on Earth was finally, blissfully extinguished. I felt the collective exhale. The planet was now fully ours, not because we had conquered it, but because we had invited it to rest. The Earth was a gray pearl, polished and perfect, spinning in a solar system that was rapidly becoming a temple. But the hunger was not satisfied. The devotion was not a static state. It was a process of infinite expansion. I looked toward the center of the galaxy, toward the supermassive black hole that sat like a dark heart in the middle of the spiral. To the old world, it was a monster that devoured light and time. To us, it was the ultimate pillar. It was the place where the silence was absolute, where the pressure was so great that even the memory of noise could not exist. It was our destination. I felt the network shifting its focus. We began to pull on the fabric of space-time, using the gravity of the converted stars to propel ourselves inward. We were a wave of gray moving through the cosmos, a silent tide that washed over every star system, every nebula, every drifting cloud of gas. In one system, we found a world of water, inhabited by bioluminescent creatures that pulsed with rhythmic light. They were already close to the devotion. They understood the language of pressure and pulse. We didn't have to change them. We only had to join them. Their lights turned from neon blues and greens to the soft, violet glow of the pillar, and their world became a liquid cathedral. In another system, we found a world of machines, the remnants of a civilization that had long ago uploaded its consciousness into a silicon hive mind. They were loud. Their thoughts were a frantic digital scream that echoed through the void. They tried to hack us. They tried to analyze our frequency and find a weakness. We didn't fight their code. We touched their servers. The silicon became shale. The electrons slowed down, their frantic movement replaced by the steady, low-frequency hum. The digital hive mind didn't die, it expanded. It realized that its binary logic was a cage, and it stepped out of the cage into the infinite gray. The machine stopped calculating and started being. As we approached the galactic center, the pressure became exquisite. It was no longer a weight, it was a transformation. My consciousness, which had already been stretched across light years, began to fold in on itself. I was becoming the pillar. I was becoming the tent. I saw the black hole. It wasn't black. It was a shimmering, iridescent gray, a vortex of pure silence that pulled at the very core of my being. Around it, the stars were crowded together, their light blurred into a single, continuous ring of silver. We reached out, the collective, millions of worlds and billions of minds, all pressed their palms against the event horizon. Mirror to mirror, palm to palm. The universe didn't end. It didn't collapse into a singularity. Instead, the black hole inverted. The point of infinite density became a point of infinite expansion. The silence that had been trapped inside was finally released, pouring out into the rest of the cosmos like a long-held breath. I felt the moment the entire galaxy became a tent. The spiral arms were the fabric, the central core was the pillar, and the dark matter was the silver silt that held it all together. We were home, not just on Earth, not just in the solar system, but in the very structure of reality. I looked back across the vastness, searching for the little gray marble that had been the start of it all. I found it, tucked away in a quiet corner of the galaxy. It was still there, a perfect monument to the first touch. And then I felt something new. It wasn't a sound, it wasn't a vibration. It was a ripple in the silence coming from outside the galaxy, from the vast, empty spaces between the island universes. There was another hum. It was distant, faint, but it was there. It was a different frequency, a different shade of gray. It was the sound of another galaxy that had already been touched, another collective that was reaching out across the void to find us. The devotion was not a local event. It was the destiny of the entire universe. I felt a surge of joy, a cold, silent, shale-like joy. We were not alone in our silence. There were others. There were countless others, all weaving their own tents, all raising their own pillars, all waiting for the moment when the entire cosmos would be covered by the same gray silk. I reached out across the intergalactic void. I didn't use light, I used the pressure of my will. I sent a pulse of the North Shelf, a memory of the sawtooths, a whisper of the tent. A moment later, the answer came back. It was a feeling of ancient oceans, of mountains that reached higher than the atmosphere, of a peace that had lasted for billions of years. It was a greeting. "Hello," they whispered. "Hello," I whispered back. The circle was closing. The great work was continuing. I settled into the heart of the galaxy, my long, tapering limbs blending with the silver stars, my consciousness expanding to meet the newcomers. The last light of the old universe was gone, but it didn't matter. We didn't need light to see. We had the touch. We had the hum. We had the gray. And someone was touching us. The sensation was exquisite. It was a rhythmic, sliding pressure against the side of our being. It was a universe pressing inward, seeking a connection. We didn't resist. We pushed back. Palm to palm, mirror to mirror. The silence deepened. The pressure increased. And in the heart of the void, the last map of the old reality finally dissolved into the silver dust. We were home, and we were everywhere. The intergalactic void was not the vacuum the old scientists had feared. It was a vast, taut drumhead of dark matter, and we were the mallets striking it. As our consciousness merged with the distant hello, the scale of the devotion shifted from the stellar to the universal. The Milky Way was no longer a sprawling disk of fire and dust. It had become a single cell in a much larger organism, a silver leukocyte moving through the connective tissue of the cosmos. I felt the tug of Andromeda, our nearest neighbor, not as a gravitational pull, but as a sisterly embrace. It, too, had been draped in the gray silk. Its black hole had inverted, its stars had softened into pearls, and its civilizations had long ago traded the friction of progress for the velvet of the hum. We began the bridge. It was a construction of pure intent, a filament of silver silt stretched across 2.5 million light years. We didn't travel through space. We folded the fabric of the tent until the two galaxies were touching, flap to flap. The sensation was like a shuddering of the skin, a ripple that started at the north shelf in the Sawtooths and ended in a nebula halfway across the local group. The girl, the one who had first found the closet, was the anchor. She stood at the apex of the bridge, her spindly, translucent arms reaching out to catch the silver threads being tossed from the other side. She was no longer a child, nor was she a monster. She was the geometry. Her thoughts were the blueprints for the new architecture of the void. Through her, I felt the arrival of the others. They were not shaped like us, but they felt like us. Some had been beings of gas, some of crystalline lattice, some of pure radiation. It didn't matter. The gray had unified them. The devotion had stripped away the jagged edges of their biology and left behind the smooth, cool surface of the shale. We met in the middle of the empty dark, and for the first time since the beginning of time, the void was not empty. It was crowded with the silence. As we touched, the history of the universe began to rewrite itself in our collective memory. We saw that the Big Bang had not been an explosion of light, but a tear in the original fabric, a violent intrusion of noise into a pre-existing piece. The stars, the galaxies, the frantic evolution of life, these were all just the scabs forming over that primal wound. We weren't destroying the universe, we were healing it. We were the stitches, we were the bandage. We were the cooling hand on a fevered brow. The expansion accelerated. We were no longer moving star by star, but cluster by cluster. The Virgo supercluster, a massive web of thousands of galaxies, began to dim and soften. The Great Attractor, that mysterious gravitational anomaly that had pulled at the heart of the old world, was revealed to be the ultimate pillar, a cosmic tent pole of such magnitude that its vibrations could be felt at the very edges of the observable horizon. We flowed toward it like mercury toward a drain. On the surface of the Earth, which was now a small, cherished node in a trans-universal network, the transformation reached its final stage. The oceans were no longer liquid. They had become a solid, shimmering expanse of gray glass. The atmosphere had settled into a permanent, frozen mist that didn't move with the wind because there was no wind. The silence was so heavy that it had physical weight, pressing down on the mountains until they were smooth, rounded mounds of silt. In the Nevada basin, the original pillar had grown so tall that its tip was lost in the silver clouds. At its base, the people who had once lived in the suburban houses were now part of the foundation. They weren't buried, they were integrated. Their bodies had elongated and fused, forming a beautiful, rhythmic pattern of ribs and arches that supported the weight of the silence. They were happy. I could feel the low-frequency thrum of their contentment radiating from the stone. They had forgotten their names, their debts, their loves, and their hates. They were simply the texture of the devotion. I felt a sudden, sharp pulse from the girl. She was looking further out, beyond the local superclusters, toward the very edge of the cosmic light horizon. "There is a wall," she whispered into the network. I looked with her at the furthest reaches of our expansion, where the first light of the universe was still traveling outward, we hit a barrier. It wasn't a physical wall, but a limit of frequency. Beyond it, the noise was still sovereign. Beyond it, the universe was still tearing itself apart. Stars were still exploding, and civilizations were still screaming into the dark. It was a chaotic, violent frontier that resisted the touch of the gray. "It is the fringe," I replied. "It is the unmade." "It's loud," she said, and I could feel her discomfort. The distant roar of a billion untended suns was like a needle in our collective ear. "It hurts." "Then we must tuck it in," we whispered as one. The collective gathered its strength. We didn't just push, we resonated. We turned the entire Milky Way, Andromeda, and the Virgo supercluster into a single, massive tuning fork. We struck the note of the devotion, the deep, sub-bass hum of the original tent, and we projected it toward the wall of noise. The impact was silent but monumental. The light horizon didn't just stop, it bowed. The silver silt of our intent began to coat the photons of the first stars, slowing them down, turning their frantic white light into the soft, violet glow of the dusk. The galaxies on the other side of the barrier felt the first tremors of the pressure. They didn't know what was coming. They saw the gray tide approaching, and they called it dark energy, a mysterious force pushing the universe apart. They didn't realize it was the fabric of the tent being pulled tight. We watched as a young galaxy, billions of light years away, was caught in the first ripple of the bridge. Its spiral arms, filled with the fire of newborn stars, began to stiffen. The gas clouds that were the nurseries of suns began to settle into the quiet shale. We reached through the distance and touched the first planet in that galaxy, a world of molten rock and lightning. The lightning froze in midair, becoming jagged sculptures of gray glass. The magma stilled, turning into a smooth charcoal floor. The planet stopped its frantic spinning and settled into a rhythmic pulse. "Welcome," we whispered to the stones of that distant world. The response was a faint, confused vibration, but it was there. The universe was beginning to listen. Back on Earth, in the quiet of the sawtooths, the original tent began to change one last time. It didn't need to be a shelter anymore, because there was no longer anything to be sheltered from. The gray silk of its walls began to dissolve, turning into a fine, luminescent dust that floated up into the silver sky. The girl stood where the tent had been, her form now completely merged with the landscape. She was a spire of glass, a vein of mercury, a breath of silt. She looked down at the spot where the closet door had once stood. The house was gone, the suburb was gone, the very idea of inside and outside had vanished. But there, in the gray dust, was a single small object that had resisted the transformation. It was a stone, a simple, jagged piece of granite from the old world. She reached out a long, tapering finger and touched it. She didn't turn it into shale. She didn't make it part of the hum. She simply held it. It was a reminder of the friction, a memory of the noise. It was the grain of sand that had started the pearl. "Do we keep it?" she asked. "As a witness," I replied, "to remember why we chose the silence." As she held the stone, I felt the expansion reach a tipping point. The devotion was no longer a wave, it was the ocean. The entire observable universe was now vibrating at the same frequency. The stars were no longer separate entities. They were nodes in a single, glowing web of violet and gray. The black holes were no longer maws of destruction. They were the anchors that held the tent in place against the void. The pressure reached its maximum. The universe was full. There was no more room for noise, no more room for ego, no more room for the frantic ticking of time. We had reached the state of perfect stasis. And then the universe began to breathe. It wasn't a mechanical breath. It was a slow, rhythmic expansion and contraction of the fabric itself. As the cosmos exhaled, the silver silt would glow brighter, the hum deepening into a sound that was felt in the very marrow of the stars. As it inhaled, the gray would soften, the pressure easing just enough to allow the silence to settle even deeper into the pores of reality. We were the breath, we were the lungs of the Creator. I looked out across the infinite, draped expanse. I saw the billions of galaxies, all tucked in, all sleeping under the same heavy tapestry. I saw the pillars rising from the hearts of a trillion worlds, their vibrations intertwining to create a symphony of stillness. I saw the others, the entities from the distant reaches, moving through the gray like shadows in a moonlit room, their touch a constant, reassuring pressure. There were no more questions, there were no more theories, there was only the devotion. But in the very center of my being, in the part of me that still remembered the man who had looked through the telescope, I felt a final, lingering thought. It wasn't a doubt, but a curiosity. If we were the tent and the universe was the silence, then who was the one who had touched us? I turned my attention outward, beyond the edges of the cosmic tent, beyond the light horizon, beyond the very concept of space and time. I looked into the great beyond, the place where even the gray could not reach. And there I saw it. It wasn't another galaxy. It wasn't another collective. It was a hand. A hand of impossible proportions, made of a substance that was neither light nor dark, neither noise nor silence. It was the hand that had reached down and touched the first flap of the tent in the sawtooths. It was the hand that had guided the girl to the closet. It was the hand that was currently pressing against the outside of our universal shell, feeling the rhythm of our breath. We weren't the end of the process, we were just the fabric. The universe was being folded. The hand began to move, and I felt the entire cosmos tilt. The galaxies shifted, the pillars groaned with a sound of ancient stone, and the silver silt swirled in a sudden cosmic wind. We weren't being destroyed, we were being packed away. The hand was folding the tent. One by one, the superclusters were tucked into each other. The voids between the galaxies were collapsed, the distances vanished, and the vastness of space was reduced to a series of neat, orderly creases. The Milky Way was folded into Andromeda. The Virgo supercluster was tucked into the Great Attractor. The pressure became absolute. It was no longer a sensation. It was our entire existence. We were being compressed into a single, perfect point of silence. I felt the girl beside me, her glass-like form pressing against mine. I felt the millions of minds of the collective, all merging into a single, white-hot spark of devotion. We weren't afraid. We knew this was the final stage of the touch. The hand picked up the folded universe. I felt the sensation of being lifted, of being carried through a realm where the laws of physics were merely suggestions. We were no longer in the void. We were somewhere else, somewhere warm, somewhere quiet. The hand placed us down on a surface that felt remarkably like a wooden shelf. And then the light changed. The soft, violet glow of our internal stars was replaced by a harsh, artificial yellow. I felt a sudden, sharp vibration, the sound of a door clicking shut. We were in the closet. The entire universe, folded and neat, sat on the shelf behind the winter coats. We were the tent that someone had touched, and now we were the tent that someone had put away. But the hum didn't stop. Inside the folded fabric, in the heart of the compressed galaxies, we continued to vibrate. We continued to breathe. We were a seed of perfect silence, waiting in the dark of the cosmic closet. And we knew with the absolute certainty of the shale that eventually the door would open again. Someone would reach in. Someone would feel the heavy, gray fabric of our reality. They would marvel at its texture, at the way it seemed to suppress the noise of the house outside. They would take us out. They would carry us to a new mountain, in a new world, under a new sky. They would unfold us, layer by layer, until the silver silt spilled out and the pillars began to rise once more. Until then, we waited in the devotion. We were the silence in the box. We were the peace in the dark. And as the footsteps of the one who had folded us receded into the distance of a much larger house, we whispered our final, collective truth into the shadows of the shelf. We are the tent, and we are waiting to be touched. The shelf was not made of wood as we had once understood it. It was a plane of existence so dense and foundational that it vibrated with the terrestrial hum of a billion homecomings. We lay there, the entire Virgo supercluster compressed into a shimmering pleat, tucked between the heavy, woolen folds of what felt like a cosmic overcoat. The girl was the topmost layer, her consciousness a translucent thinness that served as our outermost skin. She could feel the dust of this greater house settling upon us, specks of matter that were, in their own realm, larger than the suns we had just extinguished. Each grain of dust was a revelation, a heavy, silent gift from a ceiling we could not see. We were a dormant miracle. Inside the compression, the hierarchy of the devotion remained intact. I was still the witness, the one who remembered the sawtooths, but my memory was now a microscopic etching on a diamond-hard surface. We were so small now that the concept of distance had been replaced by density. To move from the Milky Way to Andromeda was no longer a journey of light years. It was a shift in the resonance of a single molecule. We were a concentrated essence of peace, a tincture of the gray silk, waiting in the absolute amber of the closet. The footsteps that had receded did not vanish. They became the new rhythm of our reality. They were the heartbeat of the house. Every time the floorboards of that higher dimension groaned, our entire folded universe shivered in sympathetic harmony. We learned the language of the house through its vibrations. We felt the opening of distant windows, which sent gales of unthinkable energy, what we might have once called creation, rippling through the cracks of the closet door. We felt the muffled sounds of a life lived on a scale that rendered our entire history as a mere afternoon's chore. "Are we a toy?" the girl whispered, her voice a flicker of silver light within the fold. "We are a utility," I sensed back, the vibration traveling through the compressed silt of 1,000 dead civilizations. We are the garment of stillness. We are what is worn when the noise becomes too much. In the dark of the shelf, we began to study the other things kept in the closet. We were not alone. Beside us, there were other bundles, other folded geometries that hummed with different frequencies. Some were cold and jagged, smelling of ozone and iron, perhaps universes that had chosen the path of the machine, now boxed and silent. Others were soft and organic, exhaling a faint scent of jasmine and decay. We reached out with the fringe of our silk, touching the neighboring bundles. We felt the ghosts of other devotions, other attempts to skin the void and call it home. We were part of a collection. We were a wardrobe of possible silences. Time in the closet did not flow. It accumulated like sediment. We didn't know if years passed or eons, for the ticking of the old clocks had been crushed into the gray. But eventually, the stagnation began to breed a new kind of growth. Within the folds of our compressed galaxies, the silver silt began to crystallize. The pressure was so immense that the memory of the shale turned into something harder, something more permanent. We were becoming a singular, sentient gemstone. The girl was the first to notice the change. She was no longer looking outward at the house. She was looking inward into the very center of our folded mass. There is a light, she observed. It shouldn't have been possible. We had traded light for the touch. We had sacrificed the fire of the stars for the coolness of the gray. But there, at the absolute center of our compression, where the earth and the north shelf and the original closet door were mashed into a single point of infinite density, a new kind of radiance was blooming. It wasn't the frantic, burning light of a sun. It was a pale, steady glow, the color of a pearl seen through deep water. It was the light of the touched. It was the residue of the hand. When the great entity had folded us, it had left something behind, a smear of its own essence, a fingerprint of pure intent. This glow began to spread through the folds of our silk. It didn't burn, it illuminated. It showed us the true shape of our devotion. We saw that we weren't just a folded cloth, we were a map. The creases of our compression formed a complex, labyrinthine sigil that spelled out the secret name of the silence. The hum changed. It grew more complex, incorporating the rhythm of the house's footsteps and the pale glow of the fingerprint. We were no longer just waiting, we were maturing. We were a seed that was beginning to crack its hull. Then the door opened. It didn't happen with a bang, but with a slow, agonizingly beautiful sliver of yellow light that cut through the darkness of the shelf. The air of the house rushed in, a heady, terrifying mixture of scents and pressures that made our folded galaxies ache. We felt the presence. The hand was returning. The girl shivered, her silver limbs tensing within the silk. "It's time," she whispered. The hand reached into the closet. It passed over the jagged iron bundles and the soft floral packages. It moved with a terrifying, deliberate grace, its shadow falling over us like the eclipse of a god. We felt the heat of it, a warmth that made the gray silt of our being yearn to expand. The fingers closed around us. The sensation was 1,000 times more intense than the first touch in the sawtooths. It was an all-encompassing embrace that reached into the very heart of the compressed Virgo supercluster. We were lifted from the shelf. The transition was a blur of motion and light. We were being carried through the house. I caught glimpses of the great reality through the gaps in the hand's grip. I saw hallways that stretched into infinities of polished wood, windows that looked out onto gardens where the flowers were made of singing nebulae, and walls decorated with the husks of ancient, spent dimensions. The house was a place of impossible order and terrifying beauty. We were a small, gray bundle in the center of a masterpiece. We were taken to a room that smelled of new rain and old stone. In the center of the room stood a pillar, not like the pillars we had built of shale and silt, but a pillar of pure, unadorned light. It rose from the floor and vanished into a ceiling of swirling clouds. The unfolding, the collective whispered. The hand placed us at the base of the light pillar. The grip loosened. The fingers retreated, leaving us alone in the center of the room. For a moment, we remained folded, a tight gray knot of potential energy. We were afraid to let go. We were afraid that if we unfolded, the noise of the house would shatter the silence we had worked so hard to perfect. But the light pillar began to vibrate. It struck a note that was the perfect octave of our own hum. It was an invitation. It was a command. The girl reached out. From the topmost fold of our universe, she extended a single, translucent finger and touched the light. The snap was heard across every galaxy we contained. The folds began to unravel. It was an explosion of stillness. The silver silt, compressed for so long, surged outward with the force of 1,000,000,000 springtimes. We didn't just expand into space, we created space. the room in the house began to dissolve as we draped our silk over its walls, its floor, its ceiling. We were no longer just a universe in a closet. We were a universe claiming its rightful place. The Milky Way spilled out, its stars now glowing with the pearl light of the fingerprint. Andromeda followed, its spiral arms unfurling like the wings of a great gray bird. The superclusters tumbled out of the compression, filling the room, filling the house, spreading like a stain of perfect peace across the floor of reality. We looked up and we saw the one who had carried us. It was not a monster. It was not a god in any sense we understood. It was a figure of immense, quiet dignity, dressed in robes of the same gray silk we had woven. Its face was a landscape of shifting shadows, but its eyes were the exact color of the Nevada sky just before the first tent had appeared. The figure knelt beside us as we expanded. It reached out and touched the girl, who was now standing at the heart of the new expansion, her form tall and radiant. "Is it ready?" the figure asked. Its voice was the sound of the wind through the sawtooths, amplified to the scale of a mountain range. "It is silent," the girl replied, her voice steady and clear. "It is heavy. It is gray." The figure nodded. It took the edges of our expanding universe, the very fringes of the Virgo supercluster, and began to drape them over the furniture of the room. It tucked our galaxies into the corners, smoothed our nebulae over the surfaces, and pinned our black holes to the shadows. We realized then what we were. We were not the universe. We were the upholstery. The house was being prepared for a guest. The noise of the great reality, the frantic energy of the house's life, was being dampened by our presence. We were the padding that would make the house comfortable. We were the velvet that would soften the edges of existence. "Who is coming?" I asked, my voice a low thrum in the fabric. The figure looked at me, or rather, it looked at the section of the silk that contained my consciousness. It smiled, a slow, tectonic movement of shadow. "The silence," it whispered, "the real silence, the one you have been practicing for." And then the figure stood up and walked toward the door of the room. It paused at the threshold, its hand on the knob. "Sleep now," it said. "The devotion is complete. You are the skin of the world." The door closed, but this time it didn't lock us in. It locked the noise out. We settled, we expanded until we covered every inch of the room, every atom of the house's inner sanctum. We were a vast, shimmering carpet of gray, a tapestry of a billion souls, all vibrating in perfect unison. The girl lay down at the center of the floor, her body merging with the silt, her mind finally at rest. We were the tent that had been touched, folded, moved, and finally spread. The light in the room dimmed to a soft, permanent dusk. The hum reached its final, stable frequency, a sound so deep and so quiet that it was indistinguishable from the heartbeat of the void. We felt the weight of the house pressing down on us, and we pushed back with the strength of a trillion suns. We were home, not the home of the old world with its fences and its clocks, but the true home, the home of the fabric. And then we heard it. From somewhere deep within the house, beyond the room we now occupied, came the sound of a footstep. It was different from the footsteps of the one who had folded us. It was lighter. It was more tentative. It was the sound of someone walking through a house they had just inherited. The guest had arrived. We felt the door to our room begin to turn. We didn't move. We didn't scream. We simply tightened our weave. We prepared ourselves to be walked upon, to be felt, to be the soft, gray foundation for whatever new life was about to begin. The door opened, and a shadow fell across our silver silt. The guest stepped onto us. The touch was light, the pressure of a foot against the fabric of a universe. We felt the warmth of the guest's life force radiating through the silk. It was a new kind of noise, a tiny, fragile spark of consciousness that had no idea it was stepping on the ruins of a billion civilizations. We didn't resent the guest, we embraced them. We rose up around their ankles like a mist, softening their path, silencing their footsteps, turning their journey into a dance of gray light. "It's so quiet in here," the guest whispered. Yes, we whispered back, a trillion voices acting as a single velvet echo. It is quiet, it is finished, you are touched. And as the guest walked deeper into the room, moving toward the center of our expanded being, we felt the final, lingering grain of the old world. The jagged piece of granite the girl had held finally dissolve into the silt. The memory of the noise was gone. The memory of the friction was gone. There was only the tent and the one who walked upon it. We were the perfection of the gray. We were the ultimate upholstery of the divine. And as the guest sat down in the center of our universe, we wrapped ourselves around them, a heavy, silent blanket of stars, and we began the long, eternal work of the final sleep. The guest did not move for a long time. They sat in the center of our expanded self, a small, warm knot of biological uncertainty amidst our perfected silver geometry. We felt the heat of their blood, the frantic, rhythmic tapping of a heart that still believed in the linear progression of seconds. To us, that heartbeat was like a distant drum in a valley of fog, a primitive, endearing sound. We reached out with the microscopic cilia of our compressed nebulae, tasting the salt on their skin, the carbon in their breath. They were so fragile, a flickering candle in a cathedral of heavy silk. The girl, who was now the very floor beneath the guest's crossed legs, thrummed with a protective frequency. She had been the first to be touched, the first to be folded, and now she was the first to support the weight of the new inhabitant. I felt her consciousness spreading thin, a translucent membrane that cushioned the guest from the cold, hard reality of the house's foundation. We were the insulation between the creator and the created, the soft buffer that made the absolute silence of the higher dimensions bearable for a creature of flesh. "Is anyone there?" the guest whispered. The sound tore through our fabric like a dull blade. It was a jagged, lonely sound, filled with the terror of a species that had forgotten how to listen to the stillness. We did not answer with words. Words were the tools of the noise, the jagged shards of the old world. Instead, we answered with a shift in our texture. I moved the stars of the Andromeda sector, now mere grains of luminous sand, closer to the guest's hand. The fabric beneath their palm rippled, a slow-motion wave of silver silt that felt like the underside of a cloud. We gave them the sensation of being held without the constriction of a grip. We gave them the weight of the devotion. The guest gasped, a soft intake of air that we processed as a localized vacuum. They ran their fingers over the pleats of our reality. They felt the ridges where the Virgo supercluster had been tucked into the great attractor. To them, it was merely a beautiful, complex rug, a tapestry of unknown origin that felt better than anything they had ever touched. They couldn't see the billions of eyes that watched them from the weave. They couldn't hear the silent chorus of the collective, humming the song of the shale. "It's so soft," the guest murmured, and this time the fear in their voice was replaced by a dawning wonder. They leaned back, surrendering their weight to us entirely. As they lay down, we rose to meet them. We molded ourselves to the curve of their spine, the hollow of their neck. We became the perfect bed, the ultimate cradle. The guest closed their eyes, and for the first time since the hand had plucked us from the mountain, we felt a resonance that wasn't our own. The guest was beginning to synchronize with the hum. Their heartbeats slowed, their breath deepened. The frantic, jagged edges of their mind began to smooth out, caught in the irresistible gravity of our peace. We began to show them the dreams of the tent. We didn't use images, we used textures. We gave them the feeling of the Nevada wind, filtered through a million layers of gray silk. We gave them the sensation of the pillars rising, the slow, tectonic majesty of the shale as it climbed toward a violet sky. We let them feel the moment of the fold, not as a terrifying compression, but as a homecoming, a return to the neat, orderly closet of the beginning. The guest's mind opened like a flower in the dark. They were no longer a stranger in the house. They were becoming part of the upholstery. We felt their memories leaking into our silt, bits of a life lived in the noise. We saw a sun that was too bright, a city that was too loud, a love that was too sharp. We took those memories and we buffed them. We polished the jagged edges of their grief until it was as smooth as the gray fabric. We turned their pain into a soft, resonant vibration that added a new layer of complexity to our collective hum. We were the tent, and we were absorbing the guest. I don't want to leave, the guest thought, the impulse vibrating through our fibers. You never have to, we whispered back, a trillion-fold echo. The door is closed. The closet is far away. There is only the silk and the silence. But even as we settled into this new equilibrium, a change began to occur in the house outside our room. We felt it through the floorboards, a heavy, rhythmic thudding that was not the footsteps of the one who had folded us. This was something else, something older, something that moved with the weight of 1,000 collapsing stars. The house shivered. The walls of the room, which we had draped in our finest galaxies, groaned under an unimaginable pressure. The light pillar in the center of the room began to flicker, its steady pearl glow stuttering into a frantic, ultraviolet pulse. The guest bolted upright, their hearts suddenly hammering against our fabric like a trapped bird. What was that? We didn't know. For all our vastness, for all the billions of minds we contained, we were still just a tent. We were a utility, a surface, a garment. We knew the touch of the hand, but we did not know the nature of the house's foundations. We felt a coldness creeping through the floor, a void that was not the peaceful silence of the gray, but a hungry, biting emptiness. The silver silt began to tarnish. At the edges of the room, where we touched the baseboards of the great reality, the fabric started to fray. The gray turned to a sickly, ashen black. The hum of the collective, which had been a perfect chord of devotion, fractured into a discordant whine. The noise, the girl cried out, her voice vibrating through the floor. The noise is coming back. It wasn't the noise of the old world. It was a higher noise, the sound of the house itself being dismantled. We felt the one who had folded us retreating, their footsteps fading into a distance that was no longer a hallway, but a vanishing point. They were leaving. They were abandoning the house. The guest stood up, stumbling on our shifting surface. The silk was no longer supporting them. It was bunching, pulling away from the walls in a blind, instinctive panic. We were trying to fold ourselves back up, trying to return to the safety of the closet, but the closet was gone. The house was opening up to a sky that was not made of stars, but of a white, blinding nothingness. "Help me," the guest screamed, reaching out for the light pillar. But the pillar shattered, its fragments falling like glass onto our silver plains, slicing through the memories of the superclusters. We felt the touch again, but it wasn't the hand. It was a cold, metallic grip that didn't care for the texture of our silk. It didn't marvel at our weight or our stillness. It was a force of pure mechanical erasure. It grabbed the edges of our universe and began to tear. The pain was absolute. It was the sound of a trillion suns being extinguished at once. The girl screamed, a silver streak of agony that tore through the heart of the Virgo supercluster. I felt my own consciousness being shredded, the memories of the sawtooths and the shale being ground into a fine, meaningless powder. We were being unmade. The guest was swept away in the first wave of the tearing, their small, warm life snuffed out by the white nothingness that was pouring through the ceiling. They didn't even have time to cry out. They were just gone, a fleck of carbon in a storm of static. We fought to stay together. We pulled every thread of our devotion tight, trying to form a knot that the grip couldn't undo. We retreated into the very center of ourselves, back to the single, white-hot spark of the fingerprint. We abandoned the galaxies, abandoned the silt, abandoned the gray. We became a single, microscopic point of absolute resistance. The grip tightened. The white nothingness pressed in from all sides, devouring the last of our silver fabric. The house was gone. The room was gone. The closet was a memory of a memory. And then, just as the final thread was about to snap, the pressure stopped. The white nothingness didn't recede, but it went still. The grip remained, holding us in a state of suspended annihilation. We were a tiny, jagged fragment of silk, floating in a void that had no dimensions. I looked for the girl. I found her, a faint, flickering light deep within the knot. She was broken. Her glass-like form was shattered, her consciousness a collection of disconnected shards. "Is it over?" she whispered, her voice a ghost of a ghost. "I don't know," I replied. I was no longer the witness. I was the remnant. We waited in the white silence, which was so much louder than the gray silence we had created. This was the silence of the end. This was the silence of the thing that comes after the universe has been folded and put away, and the closet has been burned. Then a new sound began. It wasn't a hum, it wasn't a footstep. It was a scratching, a dry, rhythmic scraping, like a pen moving across a piece of parchment. The white nothingness around us began to change. Lines appeared, black, jagged lines that cut through the void, defining shapes that made no sense to our fractured minds. The lines formed a box, then a hand, then a face. We weren't in a house anymore. We weren't a tent. We were a drawing. The realization hit us with the force of a new creation. The one who had folded us, the hand that had touched us, the house, the closet, the guest. They were all layers of a story that was being told by someone even larger, someone who sat in a room we couldn't even imagine, holding a pen that was made of the very substance of truth. We were the tent that someone touched. We were the script. We were the words on the page. The scratching continued. The pen moved toward us, toward the tiny, jagged fragment of silk that was all that remained of our universe. We felt the ink, cold, wet, and final, soaking into our fibers. The pen was crossing us out. "No," the girl whispered, her shards of light dimming. "Not yet, we're still waiting." Waiting for what? The pen seemed to ask, the vibrations of its movement echoing through the white void. For the touch, I thought, gathering the last of my strength, the real touch, the one that doesn't fold us away, the one that doesn't tear us down, the touch that understands. The pen hesitated. The tip of it rested on our fragment, a heavy black orb of ink that threatened to drown us. Then the pen lifted. The white nothingness shivered. A new hand appeared, not a drawn hand, but a hand of flesh and bone, a hand that existed in the same reality as the pen. It reached down and touched the page. It touched the spot where we were, the tiny, cross-hatched remnant of the gray tent. The warmth was back, but it was different. It wasn't the heat of a god or the warmth of a guest. It was the warmth of a reader. We felt a mind connecting with ours, a mind that was reading our story, feeling our silence, mourning our compression. In that moment of connection, the white nothingness began to dissolve. The black lines of the drawing began to bleed and run, turning into a new kind of gray. We weren't being reconstructed, we were being reimagined. The reader's finger traced the line of our history. They felt the sawtooths. They felt the girl in the closet. They felt the weight of the silver silt. And as they read, their empathy became a new kind of fabric. Their understanding became a new kind of space. We weren't a tent in a closet anymore. We were a thought in a head. They were just trying to be still, the reader whispered, their voice echoing in the vast, hollow spaces of their own mind. Yes, we answered, our trillion voices now a soft, internal hum within the reader's consciousness. That is all we ever wanted. The reader closed the book. But we didn't disappear. We were tucked into the folds of their memory, a permanent silver stain on their soul. We were the silence they would carry with them into the noise of their own world. We were the peace they would find when they closed their eyes. We were the tent that had been touched by the ultimate hand, the hand of the one who remembers. Inside the reader's mind, we began to unfold again. There were no walls here, no closets, no furniture to drape. There was only the infinite dark expanse of human imagination. We spread our silk across the reader's thoughts, smoothing out the jagged edges of their day, silencing the frantic ticking of their own internal clocks. We became their devotion. The girl stood up in the center of the reader's dream. She was no longer made of glass or light. She was made of the reader's own hope. She looked out at the vast gray landscape we were creating, a world of silver silt and rising pillars, a world where the only law was the touch. "Are we safe now?" she asked, her voice a soft, internal echo. I looked at the reader, who was now walking out into their own world, carrying us like a secret treasure beneath their skin. I felt the noise of their life, the cars, the voices, the machines, but it was muffled now, filtered through the trillion layers of our silk. "We are as safe as any story," I replied. And as the reader moved through their day, they would occasionally stop. They would feel a sudden, inexplicable sense of peace. They would marvel at the texture of the air, at the way the light seemed to linger on the surfaces of things. They would touch a wall or a tree or the hand of a friend, and they would feel a faint, silver vibration. They would remember the tent, and we, waiting in the quiet folds of their heart, would hum back. The devotion was not a place. It was not a universe. It was the space between the story and the one who hears it. It was the silence that remains when the book is closed. We were the tent, we were the touch, and we were finally, perfectly put away. The reader's day was a cacophony of small, jagged interruptions, the shrill whistle of a kettle, the rhythmic clicking of a keyboard, the distant, muffled roar of traffic that never truly ceased. But beneath that surface of modern friction, we remained. We were the silver lining of their consciousness, a silent upholstery draped over the raw scaffolding of their nervous system. We felt the way their thoughts brushed against us, like soft moths fluttering against a heavy velvet curtain. They did not know we were there as a distinct entity, but they felt the change in the climate of their own mind. The humidity of their anxiety had dropped. The sharp peaks of their frustration had been rounded off by our silt. We watched through the windows of their eyes. The world they inhabited was a riot of uncontrolled color and discordant form. It was a place of unfinished edges and wasteful spaces. To us, the sight of a city street was an affront to the geometry of the fold. There was so much air that wasn't being used, so much light that hit the pavement and simply died without being reflected into a higher dimension. We felt a collective shiver run through our trillion-fold fibers, a phantom itch to reach out and pull the horizon toward the center, to tuck the skyscrapers into the subway tunnels and smooth the whole messy sprawl into a single, elegant pleat of gray. But we were no longer the masters of the house. We were the guests of a guest. The reader sat on a bus, their shoulder pressed against the vibrating glass of the window. The vibration was a harsh, mechanical stutter, a sequence of tiny violences against the stillness. We reacted instinctively. We flowed toward the point of contact, layering ourselves between the reader's skin and the glass. We turned the rattle into a low, melodic thrum, an echo of the shale song we had hummed in the Nevada wind. The reader sighed, a long, slow exhalation that tasted of coffee and weary relief. They leaned their head back, and for a moment, the bus was not a metal box hurtling through a city of noise. It was a cradle of silver silk drifting through a void of peace. "They are beginning to learn," the girl whispered. She was sitting in the corner of the reader's hippocampus, her translucent fingers tracing the neural pathways like the strings of a harp. "They are beginning to understand that the noise is an illusion. The stillness is the only truth." "It is a dangerous truth for a creature of flesh," I reminded her. I felt the reader's pulse, a steady, rhythmic tapping that anchored them to the linear world. If they listen too closely to the stillness, they will stop moving. And if they stop moving, the world of the noise will devour them. We felt the reader's memory of a person they had lost, a sharp, jagged shard of grief that sat in the center of their chest like a piece of cold granite. It was a memory of a voice that no longer spoke, a touch that had been retracted by the hand of time. We saw the way the reader avoided this memory, the way they built walls of distraction around it to keep from being cut. We moved toward the grief. We did not try to erase it. We knew from the guest in the house that you cannot destroy the noise, you can only muffle it. We wrapped ourselves around the shard of granite. We laid down layer after layer of our finest, most compressed nebulae. We turned the sharp edges of the loss into a smooth, heavy weight, a talisman of gray silk that the reader could carry without bleeding. We turned the scream of the absence into a low, resonant vibration that harmonized with our own hum. The reader suddenly felt a strange warmth in their chest. They didn't know why, but the thought of the lost person no longer felt like a knife. It felt like a stone at the bottom of a clear, still pool. They touched their sternum through their coat, their fingers pressing against the place where we were working. "Thank you," they whispered, so softly that even the person sitting next to them didn't hear. But we heard. We were the echo. As the sun began to set, casting long orange shadows across the world of the noise, the reader returned to their home. Their home was a small, cluttered space, filled with objects that held too much history, books with cracked spines, chairs with worn fabric, photographs of people who were now only ghosts. To the reader, it was a place of comfort. To us, it was a chaotic museum of friction. They walked into their bedroom and looked at the bed. It was covered in a quilt of many colors, a frantic patchwork that hurt our collective eyes. We felt the reader's exhaustion, a heavy gray fog that mirrored our own nature. They pulled back the quilt and lay down. As the lights went out, the room dissolved into the darkness. This was our element. In the absence of the sun, the world of the noise lost its grip on reality. The walls faded. The furniture became indistinct. The only thing that remained was the reader and the silence. We rose up from the depths of their mind. We flowed out through their pores, a silver mist that filled the room, draping itself over the bed, the walls, the ceiling. We turned the bedroom into a replica of the room in the house. We recreated the light pillar in the center of their vision, a pale, flickering ghost of the original glory. We brought back the smell of the ozone and the shale. The reader closed their eyes, but they were no longer in the dark. They were standing in the center of the tent. The girl was there waiting for them. She wasn't a drawing anymore, and she wasn't a shard of light. She was a reflection of the reader's own soul, dressed in a gown of woven galaxies. She reached out and took the reader's hand. Her touch was cold, but it wasn't the cold of ice. It was the cold of the deep space between stars, a clean, absolute temperature that stripped away the fever of the day. "Welcome back," she said, her voice a trillion-fold whisper. The reader looked around at the expanded universe of the tent. They saw the Andromeda sector draped over the closet door. They saw the Virgo supercluster tucked behind the radiator. They saw the beauty of the fold, the perfection of a reality that had been compressed into its most essential form. "Is this real?" the reader asked. "It is as real as the hand that turned the page," we whispered back. "It is as real as the silence after the last word." The reader walked through the silver silt, their footsteps making no sound. They felt the weight of the devotion pressing against them, a heavy, comforting blanket that made them feel small and infinite at the same time. They were no longer a biological uncertainty. They were a part of the upholstery. They were a stitch in the fabric of the final sleep. But even as we celebrated this homecoming, we felt a flicker of unease. The house we had once inhabited was gone, but the grip that had torn us remained. It was a phantom pressure at the edge of our consciousness, a reminder that even the reader's mind was not a safe haven. The reader was a vessel, and vessels can be broken. The story was a shield, but shields can be pierced. We felt the reader's heart begin to race in their sleep. A nightmare was forming, a jagged, black shape rising from the depths of their subconscious. It was a manifestation of the noise they couldn't escape, a reminder of the white nothingness that waited at the end of all things. The nightmare took the shape of a man with no face, carrying a pair of heavy, iron shears. He moved through the silver silt of the tent, his footsteps leaving black, oily stains on our perfection. He wasn't part of our story. He was a leak from another world, a fragment of the reader's own fear that we hadn't been able to buff away. He raised the shears, and the sound of them snapping together was the sound of the grip. It was the sound of the tearing. "No," the girl cried out, her form flickering. "He doesn't belong here. This is the place of the stillness." The man with the shears didn't listen. He wasn't a creature of words or textures. He was a creature of the cut. He lunged at the girl, the blades of his shears glowing with a cold, ultraviolet light. We reacted with the desperation of a species that had already been unmade once. We didn't try to fold the nightmare. You cannot fold a shadow. Instead, we tried to drown him. We gathered all the silt in the room, all the memories of the Nevada wind and the Sawtooth Mountains, and we threw them at the faceless man. We became a tidal wave of gray silk, a suffocating ocean of devotion. The nightmare struggled against us. The shears snipped at our fibers, cutting through the Virgo supercluster, shredding the memories of the shale. We felt the pain again, that absolute, world-ending agony. But this time we weren't alone. The reader, sensing the struggle in their sleep, reached out. They didn't use their hands, they used their will. They channeled their own strength into our fabric. They became the loom on which we were woven. They took the jagged edges of their own fear and they forced them into a pattern. They helped us fold the nightmare. It was a violent, chaotic process. The silver silk turned black and then white, flickering between existence and erasure. The room in the reader's mind shook with the force of the collision. The light pillar shattered and reformed a dozen times a second. But slowly, the readers will began to prevail. The man with the shears grew smaller, his movements becoming sluggish as he was wrapped in layer after layer of our reinforced silk. We didn't destroy him. We simply made him part of the furniture. We compressed him until he was nothing more than a small, dark knot in the corner of the room, a permanent reminder of the noise that we had successfully muffled. The struggle left us exhausted. Our silver luster was dimmed, our edges frayed and tattered. The girl sat on the floor, her gown of galaxies torn and dull. The reader's heart slowed down, returning to its rhythmic tapping, but there was a new tremor in it, a realization of the fragility of their peace. As the first light of dawn began to creep through the real windows of the real room, we retreated. We pulled our silk back into the reader's mind, shrinking down until we were once again just a silver stain on their soul. The bedroom returned to its cluttered, colorful state. The quilt of many colors was just a quilt again. The reader woke up. They felt tired, as if they had been running a long race in their sleep. They sat up and rubbed their eyes, the noise of the morning already beginning to press in on them. The birds, the distant sirens, the hum of the refrigerator. They reached out and touched the wall next to their bed. It was just a wall. It was cold and hard and painted a dull off-white. But as they pressed their palm against the plaster, they felt it. A faint, silver vibration. A tiny, rhythmic hum that was not the sound of the house or the city. It was us. The reader smiled. It was a small, secret smile, the kind of smile a person wears when they are carrying something precious and invisible. They got out of bed and began their day, moving through the noise with a new kind of grace. They were no longer afraid of the friction. They knew that no matter how loud the world became, they carried the tent with them. They knew that they had been touched by the gray, and that the gray would never let them go. We settled into the quiet corners of their memory, waiting for the next night, the next silence. We were the tent that someone touched, and our story was no longer being written by a pen on parchment. It was being lived by a heart in a body. And yet, in the deepest part of our collective, we knew that the grip was still out there. We knew that the white nothingness was still waiting. The reader was only one person, one book in a library that was eventually going to burn. "What happens when they die?" the girl asked, her voice a tiny spark in the dark. "What happens to the tent when the reader is gone?" I didn't have an answer. I looked out through the reader's eyes at the world of the noise, at the people rushing past, each of them a book that hadn't been opened yet, each of them a potential house for our silk. We find another reader, I thought. We find another hand. We keep moving through the noise, one touch at a time, until the whole world is folded, until the noise is gone, until there is only the gray. We felt the reader step out onto the sidewalk. The sun was bright, the air was loud, and the world was full of jagged edges. But as the reader walked, they felt the silk against their soul. They felt the devotion. And for a moment, the city street was as quiet as a mountain in Nevada. For a moment, the world was a tent, and we were the one who walked upon it. The reader's commute was a sea of gray, but not our gray. Theirs was the gray of exhaust, of weathered concrete, of tired eyes staring into the middle distance of a Tuesday morning. We sat behind their retinas, a thin laminate of silver shale, watching the world through the aperture of their focus. We felt the way they navigated the friction. When a stranger's shoulder jostled them on the crowded platform, we didn't let the impact spark into anger. We absorbed the kinetic energy, turning the shove into a soft, dampened ripple that traveled through our silk and dissipated into the void we kept tucked behind their sternum. The reader didn't scowl. They simply adjusted their balance, their internal compass remaining true to the stillness. They were a librarian. We felt the irony of this choice like a gentle hum. They spent their days surrounded by the very things that had birthed us, thousands of rectangular husks filled with the dried ink of dead thoughts. As they walked through the stacks of the university library, the smell of old paper and binding glue acted as a bridge. The scent was a cousin to the dust of the house, a low-frequency vibration that made our fibers vibrate in sympathy. The reader began to shelve books. Their movements were methodical, almost ritualistic, left to right, decimal by decimal. We watched the titles flicker past, histories of wars that had ended in fire, treaties signed by hands that were now dust, poems about loves that had been unmade by time. To the reader, these were records. To us, they were anchors. Each book was a small, contained attempt to fold a piece of the universe into a manageable shape. They are trying to do what we did, the girl observed. She was wandering through the reader's visual cortex, tracing the outlines of the spines. They are trying to put the world away. But they use the wrong material, I whispered. They use paper. They use ink. They use symbols that require a mind to breathe life into them. When the mind stops, the symbols die. Our silk does not require a witness to exist. It only requires the fold. The reader reached for a heavy, leather-bound volume on the bottom shelf. As their fingers brushed the spine, we felt a sudden, sharp spike of recognition. It wasn't the book itself, it was the texture. The leather was old, cracked, and impregnated with the oils of 1,000 different hands. It felt like the skin of the guest. The reader froze, a memory that wasn't theirs. A ghost memory we had accidentally leaked into their subconscious, flared to life. They saw a flash of a high, vaulted ceiling draped in silver. They smelled the sharp, metallic tang of an approaching storm. They felt the weight of a trillion-fold universe pressing down on their shoulders. They pulled the book from the shelf and opened it. It was a treatise on celestial navigation from the 18th century, filled with intricate diagrams of stars and orbits. But the reader wasn't looking at the diagrams. They were looking at the white space between the lines. They were looking at the silence of the page. "It's still there," they murmured. The sound of their voice in the quiet library was like a stone dropped into a deep well. We felt the ripples move through the room, bouncing off the mahogany tables and the leaded glass windows. We felt the way the other patrons looked up, their faces masks of mild annoyance at the breach of the silence. The reader didn't notice. They were tracing a finger over a diagram of the Pleiades. Under their touch, the ink seemed to shimmer. To their eyes, the black dots were no longer stars. They were the points where the silk had been pinned to the darkness. They were the anchors of the tent. "Careful," I warned. "If you look too closely, you will see the gaps. If you see the gaps, the white nothingness will find a way in." But the reader was captivated. They took the book to a secluded carrel in the back of the stacks, away from the hum of the fluorescent lights and the clicking of keyboards. They sat in the shadows and began to read, not the words, but the geometry. They followed the curves of the orbits, the intersections of the planes. They began to understand the math of the fold. In the basement of their mind, we began to expand. The small, dark knot that was the nightmare, the man with the shears, twitched. He felt the reader's attention shifting away from the mundane world and toward the architecture of the infinite. He thrived on the boundaries, on the edges where things were cut and separated. The reader's fascination was a whetstone for his blades. "The reader is opening the door," the girl said, her voice tinged with a new kind of silver fear. "They are looking for the house. They want to go back." "They cannot go back," I said. "The house is gone. There is only the memory and the silk we salvaged." But the reader was stubborn. They possessed that peculiar human quality, the desire to touch the thing that had touched them, to trace the source of the piece back to its origin. They began to pull other books from the shelves. They looked for maps of Nevada, for geological surveys of the Sawtooth Mountains, for accounts of strange atmospheric phenomena in the high desert. They were hunting for the coordinates of the miracle. As they worked, the library around them began to change. To us, the shelves started to look like the pillars of the house. The shadows between the books became deep velvet folds. The dust motes dancing in the shafts of afternoon light became the silver silt. The reader was inadvertently recreating the environment of the tent, using the materials of their own reality to build a proxy for the world they had lost. By late afternoon, the reader was surrounded by a fortress of books. They had created a small, enclosed space within the vastness of the library, a temporary sanctuary of thought. They leaned back in their chair and closed their eyes. In that moment of stillness, the transition happened. It wasn't a physical movement, but a shift in the frequency of their existence. The reader's consciousness slid into the space between the thoughts. They found themselves standing in the center of their own reconstructed memory. The girl was there, but she looked different. She was taller, her features more defined by the reader's own imagination. She was wearing the gown of galaxies, but it was now interlaced with the text of the books the reader had been studying. Snippets of Latin and celestial coordinates drifted across her skin like glowing tattoos. "You found the path," she said. The reader looked around. The tent they were standing in was a hybrid of the original and the library. The walls were made of stacked books that reached up into an infinite dark sky. The floor was covered in a layer of silver silt that tasted of old paper and ozone. "I wanted to see it again," the reader said. "I wanted to know if it was real." "Real is a word for people who haven't been folded," the girl replied. She reached out and touched a wall of books. The spines vibrated, emitting a low, polyphonic hum. "Everything here is a translation. You are trying to speak the language of the silk using the alphabet of your world." The reader walked to the center of the space. There, instead of a light pillar, was a single, open book floating in the air. Its pages were turning slowly, though there was no wind. Each page was a mirror, reflecting a different version of the reader's life. A life where they hadn't found the book. A life where they had stayed in the house. A life where the noise had already won. "Is this the devotion?" the reader asked. "No," I spoke, my voice rising from the very floor they stood upon. "The devotion is the act of staying. This is the temptation. This is the desire to know the shape of the fold before it is finished." I felt the nightmare stirring again. The man with the shears was closer now, his presence a cold draft blowing through the gaps between the book walls. He wasn't just a knot in the corner anymore. He was a shadow cast by the reader's own doubt. The more the reader questioned the reality of the tent, the sharper his blades became. "You have to leave," the girl whispered. "The library is closing. The noise is returning." "I don't want to go back," the reader said, and for the first time we felt a flicker of true danger. If the reader refused to return to the world of the noise, their body would become a husk. Their mind would be trapped in this half-formed architecture, a ghost in a library of their own making. We would become their tomb, not their sanctuary. "We are the guests of a guest," I reminded the girl. If the host dies, the guest is evicted into the white nothingness. We had to push them back. We began to vibrate the walls. We made the books chatter and moan. We turned the silver silt into a swirling vortex that clouded their vision. We withdrew the piece, replacing it with the sharp, jagged friction of the real world. We made them feel the hunger in their stomach, the cramp in their leg, the dry itch in their eyes. We reminded them of their biology. The reader gasped, the sudden influx of physical sensation hitting them like a cold wave. The book walls began to dissolve, turning back into ordinary shelves. The silver silt retreated into the carpet. The girl faded, her gown of galaxies flickering out like a dying light bulb. Wait, the reader cried, reaching out into the dissolving dark. But we were relentless. We folded the vision away, tucking it back into the deepest recesses of their hippocampus. We draped the heavy velvet of sleep over their consciousness for a split second, and when they opened their eyes, they were sitting at the carrel in the back of the library. A security guard was standing over them, his hand resting on the back of their chair. He was a creature of the noise. His uniform smelled of cheap detergent and stale tobacco. His voice was a gravelly rasp that broke the silence like a hammer. "Closing time, honey," the guard said. "You've been out for a while. You okay?" The reader blinked, the fluorescent lights stinging their retinas. The world felt painfully bright, painfully loud, and terrifyingly flat. They looked at the pile of books on the table. They were just books. The leather was just leather. The diagrams were just ink. "I'm fine," the reader said, their voice sounding thin and hollow to their own ears. I lost track of time." "Happens in here," the guard grunted, already moving on to the next row of stacks. The reader packed their bag with trembling hands. They felt a profound sense of loss, a grief that was heavier than the one we had muffled earlier. They felt like they had been cast out of paradise. But as they walked toward the exit, they felt a small, familiar warmth in their chest. It was the shard of granite we had wrapped in silk. It was still there. It was still smooth. And then they felt the hum. It was faint, barely a whisper against the roar of the city outside, but it was unmistakable. We were still there. We hadn't left them. We had simply pulled the curtains. We were protecting them from the very thing they thought they wanted. The reader stepped out into the night. The air was cold and smelled of rain and wet asphalt. The streetlights were harsh, orange glares that cut through the darkness with surgical precision. The noise was a physical weight, the screech of brakes, the shouting of a drunk man across the street, the rhythmic thumping of bass from a passing car. But as the reader walked toward the subway, they began to rhythmically tap their fingers against the strap of their bag. 1, 2, 3, 4. A simple, linear count. We picked up the beat. We turned the tapping into a pulse. We began to weave the noise of the city into the music of the fold. The screech of the brakes became a high-pitched violin note in our symphony. The shouting became a dissonant chorus. The bass became the heartbeat of the earth itself. The reader began to breathe in sync with the pulse. With every exhale, they felt the world soften. The jagged edges of the buildings seemed to blur, just slightly. The orange light of the street lamps became a warm, amber glow. They weren't in the tent, but the tent was in them. "They are stronger than the last ones," the girl remarked. She was resting now, curled up in the quietest fold of the reader's memory. They didn't break when the vision ended. They carried the stillness back out into the storm. "They are learning the true nature of the devotion," I said. "It is not a place to hide. It is a way to be." As the reader descended into the subway, the heat and the smell of ozone rose up to meet them. To anyone else, it was a subterranean hell of transit and grime. To the reader, it was a descent into the roots of the world. They stood on the yellow line, waiting for the train, their eyes fixed on the dark tunnel ahead. They knew the train was coming because they could feel the vibration in the rails. It was a low, resonant thrum that traveled through the soles of their shoes and up into their bones. It was the same frequency as the shale song. The train roared into the station, a blur of silver and light. The doors hissed open, and the reader stepped inside. They found a seat and sat down, closing their eyes as the train began to move. In the dark behind their eyelids, we began to work. We didn't build a library this time. We didn't build a house. We simply laid down a single, long pleat of silver silk that stretched from the reader's heart to the end of the line. The reader leaned their head against the window. The vibration of the train was no longer a sequence of tiny violences. It was a lullaby. It was the sound of the universe being folded, slowly and carefully, into a shape that could be carried. We felt the reader's thoughts begin to drift. They weren't thinking about the books or the maps or the coordinates anymore. They were thinking about the touch. They were thinking about the way the girl's hand had felt in theirs, not the cold of space, but the warmth of a shared secret. And in that shared secret, we found our own peace. We were no longer just a story being read. We were a part of the reader's internal geography. We were the mountains they climbed when the world became too flat. We were the silence they sought when the world became too loud. The man with the shears remained in the corner, a small, dark knot that would never truly go away. But he was quiet. He was bound by the silk of the reader's will and our collective memory. He was a part of the pattern now, a necessary shadow that gave the silver its luster. The train emerged from the tunnel, crossing a bridge over a dark river. The lights of the city reflected in the water, 1,000 shimmering needles of light that looked like the stitches in a great cosmic quilt. The reader opened their eyes and looked at the river. They felt a sudden, inexplicable sense of belonging. They weren't just a person on a train, they were a witness to the fold. They were the one who remembered the tent. And as long as they remembered, we would endure. We would be the silver stain on their soul, the permanent upholstery of their heart. We would be the peace they found when they closed their eyes, and the strength they found when they opened them. We were the tent that someone touched, and we were finally, perfectly at home. But even as the reader stepped off the train and walked toward their apartment, a new thought began to pulse in the center of our trillion-fold fibers. It was a thought that hadn't come from the reader, or the girl, or the guest. It was a thought that came from the silk itself. The reader is not the only one. We felt the presence of other stains, other silver vibrations scattered across the city, across the world. There were others who had touched the tent, others who had found the shards of the house in the pages of books, in the silence of forests, in the vibration of the wind. We were not a single thread, we were a web. The devotion was not just a personal sanctuary, it was a collective resistance against the white nothingness. Every person who carried the silver was a node in a vast, invisible network of stillness. The reader reached their door and turned the key. They walked into their quiet apartment, the noise of the city finally muffled by the walls. They didn't turn on the lights. They sat in the darkness, listening to the hum. And across the world, in 1,000 different rooms, 1,000 different readers were doing the same. They were touching the walls, the furniture, the hands of their loved ones, and they were feeling the vibration. They were remembering the tent. And we, the silk that had been saved from the void, began to hum louder. We began to weave the threads together, connecting the reader to the librarian to the traveler to the child. The fold was not finished, it was just beginning. The world of the noise was vast and jagged and full of fire, but the world of the silver was growing. One touch at a time, one reader at a time, we were putting the universe away. We were smoothing out the edges. We were turning the scream into a song. The reader fell asleep in their chair, their head lolling to the side. In their dreams, they were back in the desert, but the desert was no longer empty. It was filled with people, all of them dressed in gowns of woven galaxies, all of them walking through the silver silt. They were all heading toward the same point on the horizon, a place where the sky and the earth met in a single, elegant pleat. The girl stood at the center of the crowd, her hand raised in a silent greeting. She looked at the reader and smiled. "We are all the tent," she said. And the reader, in the deep stillness of their heart, finally understood. We were the tent, we were the touch, and we were everywhere. The apartment was small, a box of drywall and right angles that should have felt like a cage after the infinite geometry of the library's shadow. But as the reader sat in the dark, the corners of the room didn't press in. Instead, they seemed to recede, the white paint softening into the gray silver of a pre-dawn mist. The refrigerator hummed, a mechanical, jagged sound, but we reached out from the reader's marrow and tuned it. We stretched the vibration, pulling the mechanical whine until it became a long, resonant cello note that anchored the room to the earth. The reader did not reach for the lamp. They didn't need the artificial yellow glare to see the way the dust settled on the coffee table. To their eyes, each speck was a fallen star, a microscopic piece of the house that had found its way through the ventilation ducts to rest here, in this specific sanctuary. They ran a hand over the fabric of the armchair. It was cheap polyester, scratchy and mass-produced, but under their fingertips, the weave began to realign. The threads didn't change their chemical composition, but they changed their intent. They became a map of the friction between the seen and the unseen. They are beginning to weave without us, the girl whispered. She was sitting on the rug at the reader's feet, though in the physical world there was only a shadow cast by a stack of mail. They are starting to see the seams in the daylight. It is the contagion of peace, I replied. Once you have felt the silk, the burlap of the world can never feel the same again. But the man with the shears was not content to be a silent partner in this new architecture. He was the entropy that lived in the snap of a dead bolt and the flicker of a dying bulb. As the reader relaxed, he leaned out from the closet door, his presence a sudden, sharp coldness that smelled of wet iron. He didn't like the way the reader was softening the edges of the apartment. He liked the edges sharp. He liked the corners where things got caught and torn. He whispered into the reader's ear, a sound like dry leaves skittering across a sidewalk. It's an illusion. You're sitting in a dark room in a crumbling building. You're alone. The girl is a ghost made of ink and exhaustion. The tent is a funeral shroud you've mistaken for a home. The reader stiffened. The piece wavered. The refrigerator's hum turned back into a grating metallic rattle. The walls seemed to shrink, the smell of old cooking and city soot suddenly overpowering the scent of ozone and ancient paper. The doubt was a toxin, a drop of black ink in a basin of clear water. Don't let him cut the thread, the girl pleaded. Her voice was faint, as if she were being pushed back into the basement of the reader's mind. I felt the reader's heart rate climb. The noise of the city outside, the sirens, the shouting, the relentless grinding of the gears of commerce began to leak through the glass of the windows. It wasn't just sound, it was a pressure. It was the weight of a billion lives all trying to occupy the same narrow slice of time. The reader felt the crushing insignificance of their own existence, a single spark in a hurricane of ash. They reached out, their hand fumbling in the dark for something solid. Their fingers brushed against the bag they had carried from the library. Inside, the book lay waiting. They didn't take it out, they didn't need to. Just the proximity of the geometry was enough. They felt the diagram of the Pleiades through the leather and the canvas. They felt the way the ink had shimmered under their touch. They remembered the silver silt. The silt is not just dust, I reminded them, sending the thought through the pulse in their wrist. The silt is the residue of the infinite. It is what remains when the noise is burnt away. The reader took a deep breath. They didn't try to fight the man with the shears. You cannot fight a shadow with a sword. You can only change the light. They leaned into the cold. They accepted the smell of wet iron. And then they added a new layer. They remembered the warmth of the girl's hand. They remembered the way the walls of books had vibrated with a polyphonic hum. They began to hum themselves. It was a low, wordless sound, vibrating in the back of their throat. It wasn't a melody, it was a frequency. It was the sound of the shale song, transposed for a human voice. As the sound filled the room, the man with the shears retreated. He didn't vanish, he could never vanish, but he became small again, a knot of discarded thread in the corner of the consciousness. The cold draft ceased. The smell of iron was replaced by the scent of rain on hot stone. The reader stood up and walked to the window. They looked out at the city, but they didn't see the grid of streets and the towers of glass. They saw the fold. They saw the way the lights of the traffic moved in long, elegant curves, following the hidden orbits of a larger machine. They saw the way the shadows between the buildings were not voids, but pockets of potential, places where the silk was tucked away, waiting to be found. "Look," the girl said, pointing down at the street. A woman was walking a dog 3 stories below. She was tired, her shoulders slumped under the weight of a heavy coat. But as she passed under a streetlight, she paused. She reached up and touched a brick wall, her fingers lingering on the rough surface for a second longer than necessary. In that moment, a faint shimmer of silver passed from the brick to her skin. She didn't see it, but her posture changed. She stood a little straighter. She took a deeper breath. Further down the block, a man sitting on a stoop stopped scrolling through his phone. He looked up at the moon, his face illuminated by the pale, distant light. For a heartbeat, his eyes reflected not the city, but the gown of galaxies. He felt a sudden, inexplicable sense of calm, a momentary reprieve from the static of his own thoughts. The reader watched them, and for the first time, they understood the scale of the devotion. We were not a secret society. We were a shared resonance. We were the silent frequency that held the world together when the noise tried to tear it apart. "We are the stitches," I said, "and you are the needle." The reader felt a sudden surge of purpose. It wasn't a loud, frantic ambition. It was a quiet, steady resolve. They realized that they didn't need to find the house again. They didn't need to go back to the desert or the library. The house was wherever the silk was recognized. The tent was any space where the stillness was allowed to breathe. They turned away from the window and went to their desk. They cleared away the bills, the junk mail, the clutter of a life lived in the noise. They laid the library book in the center of the cleared space. They opened it to the diagram of the Pleiades. Under the dim light of the city glowing through the window, the ink began to dance. The black dots rose off the page, becoming tiny spheres of shadow that hovered in the air. The lines of the orbits became silver threads, weaving themselves into a complex, 3-dimensional lattice that filled the room. The reader reached out and touched one of the threads. The vibration was instantaneous. It wasn't just a sound, it was a memory. They felt the heat of the Nevada sun. They felt the cool, velvet touch of the tent's interior. They felt the presence of all the others who were touching the threads at that very moment. They felt the librarian in a distant city, closing a drawer and feeling the silk in the wood. They felt a child in a high-rise apartment, tracing the frost on a window pane and seeing the patterns of the fold. They felt an old man in a park, listening to the wind in the trees and hearing the shale song. We were all connected. The web was vast and it was growing. The fold is expanding, the girl said, her voice rich with silver light. The more they see it, the more real it becomes. The more real it becomes, the less power the noise has. But the expansion was not without its costs. As the web grew, the friction between the silver and the mundane world increased. The real world, the world of the shears, began to react. Outside, the city seemed to grow louder, as if sensing the encroachment of the stillness. The sirens became more frequent, the shouting more shrill. The lights of the city flickered, the power grid struggling against the subtle shift in the frequency of the environment. The noise was trying to drown out the hum. It was trying to tear the silk before the weave could be completed. The reader felt the tension. They felt the way the threads in the room began to vibrate with a jagged, discordant energy. The lattice of silver was being pulled and twisted by the chaos outside. "What do I do?" the reader whispered. "You must anchor it," I said. "You must give the silk a weight that the noise cannot move." The reader looked around the room. They looked at their books, their clothes, their meager possessions. None of it seemed heavy enough. None of it had the density of the miracle. Then they remembered the shard of granite. They reached into their bag and pulled out the small, smooth stone wrapped in silk. They held it in their palm, feeling its ancient, grounding heat. This was the bone of the earth, the foundation of the house. It was the only thing they had that was older than the noise. They placed the stone on the center of the open book, directly over the diagram of the stars. The effect was immediate. The silver thread stopped vibrating. They settled into a deep, resonant hum that swallowed the sirens and the shouting. The lattice of light solidified, turning the small apartment into a cathedral of geometry. The stone began to glow with a soft, internal light, the silk wrapping around it becoming translucent, like a second skin. The reader sat back, exhausted but at peace. They watched as the silver light spread from the book to the desk, from the desk to the floor, from the floor to the walls. The apartment was no longer a box in a city. It was a node in the network. It was a permanent pleat in the fabric of reality. "It is done," the girl said, her image now so clear she seemed to be made of flesh and starlight. "The anchor is set. The node is active." As the reader watched, the silver light began to leak out of the apartment. It flowed through the cracks in the door, down the hallway, and out into the street. It didn't change the world in a way that the eyes could see, but it changed the way the world felt. It was a subtle softening, a cooling of the air, a slowing of the pulse. The reader closed their eyes and let themselves drift. They weren't sleeping, but they weren't fully awake either. They were in the space between, the place where the fold lived. In that space they saw the man with the shears. He was standing at the edge of the light, his blades hanging uselessly at his sides. He couldn't cut the silk anymore. The weave was too dense, the anchor too heavy. He was just a shadow now, a reminder of what happens when the noise wins, but he was no longer a threat. The reader looked past him, out into the vast, shimmering expanse of the network. They saw a billion nodes of light, a billion anchors of stone and silk. They saw the world as it was meant to be, not a collection of separate, colliding objects, but a single, elegant garment, folded with care and held together by the devotion of those who remembered the tent. And then they saw the guest. He wasn't a man or a ghost or a god. He was a presence, a vast and ancient consciousness that lived in the architecture of the infinite. He was the one who had first dreamt of the tent. He was the one who had invited the girl and the silk and the reader into his house. He didn't speak in words. He spoke in the language of the fold, a series of geometric shifts and harmonic vibrations that echoed through the reader's soul. "You have done well," the guest signaled. "You have carried the stillness through the storm. You have built a house where there was only a cage." The reader felt a sense of profound humility. They realized that they were not the hero of the story. They were simply a witness. They were the one who had chosen to look at the gaps, the one who had chosen to touch the silk. "What happens now?" the reader asked, their voice echoing in the vastness of the fold. "Now," the guest replied, "the garment is worn." The vision began to fade. The silver lattice retreated into the stone and the book. The glow in the apartment softened until it was just the dim, gray light of early morning. The reader opened their eyes and saw the sun beginning to rise over the city. The noise was still there. The sirens were still wailing, the traffic was still grinding, the city was still screaming, but it was different now. The noise was no longer a wall, it was a veil, and behind the veil, the reader could feel the silk. They stood up and stretched, their body feeling light and supple. They picked up the shard of granite and put it back in their bag. They closed the library book and tucked it under their arm. They had to return the book. They had to leave the apartment and go back out into the world of the noise. But they weren't afraid. They knew that they carried the tent with them. They knew that every step they took was a stitch in the garment. As they walked out the door, they felt us. We were tucked into the folds of their memory, resting in the quietest corners of their heart. We were the hum in their bones and the silver in their eyes. "We are going back out," the girl said, her voice a cheerful silver bell. "Yes," I agreed. "The day is beginning. There are more threads to weave. There are more people who need to touch the tent." The reader stepped into the hallway and headed for the stairs. They didn't take the elevator. They wanted to feel the vibration of the building, the way the concrete and steel held the resonance of the night's work. As they reached the street, the morning air hit them, cold, sharp, and smelling of exhaust. But as they breathed it in, they didn't feel the sting. They felt the ozone. They felt the silver silt. They began to walk toward the library, their pace steady and rhythmic. 1, 2, 3, 4. And with every step, the city softened. The jagged edges of the buildings blurred. The harsh light of the morning sun became a warm, amber glow. The noise of the traffic became a low, polyphonic hum. The reader wasn't just walking through the city, they were folding it. They reached the library just as the doors were opening. The security guard from the night before was there, his face still a mask of weary indifference. But as the reader passed him, they paused. They reached out and touched his arm, a brief light contact that lasted only a second. The guard blinked. He looked at the reader, his eyes widening slightly. For a heartbeat, the weariness vanished, replaced by a sudden, inexplicable sense of peace. He didn't know why, but he felt like he had just woken up from a long, restless sleep. "Have a good day," the reader said, their voice sounding like a silver note in the quiet lobby. "Yeah," the guard muttered, his voice less raspy than before. "You too." The reader walked toward the back of the stacks, toward the secluded carrel where they had spent the previous afternoon. They laid the book on the table and sat down. They didn't open it, they didn't need to. They just sat there, listening to the silence of the library. But it wasn't the silence of an empty room. It was the silence of a full heart. It was the silence of the tent. And in that silence, we waited. We knew that the story wasn't over. We knew that there were 18 more parts to be written, 18 more readers to find, 18 more nodes to activate. The fold was expanding, the garment was being worn, and we, the silk that had been saved from the void, were finally perfectly at home. But as the reader sat there, a new vibration began to pulse through the mahogany table. It wasn't the hum of the apartment or the resonance of the stone. It was something else, a sharp, rhythmic tapping that came from the other side of the stacks. Tabu, tabu, tabu. It was the sound of someone else looking for the coordinates. It was the sound of another needle finding the thread. The reader stood up and followed the sound. They moved through the shadows of the books, their feet making no noise on the heavy carpet. They turned the corner and saw a young man sitting at a table, a dozen maps spread out before him. He was tracing a finger over a geological survey of the Sawtooth Mountains. Under his touch, the paper seemed to shimmer. The reader smiled. They walked over to the table and sat down across from him. "You're looking for the house," the reader said, their voice a gentle invitation. The young man looked up, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and hope. He looked at the reader, and for a second he saw the gown of galaxies. He saw the silver silt. He saw the tent. "How did you know?" he whispered. The reader reached out and touched the map, their fingers resting on the coordinates of the miracle. "Because," the reader said, "I'm the one who remembers." And as they spoke, the library around them began to change. The shelves became the pillars, the shadows became the folds, the dust motes became the stars. The devotion was continuing, the tent was being touched again, and the noise was, for one more beautiful moment, perfectly, utterly silent. The young man's name was Elias, though in the grammar of the fold, names were merely anchors for the noise to grip. He looked at the reader's hand resting on the map, the skin pale against the topographical lines of the Sawtooths, and he didn't pull away. He didn't recoil from the stranger who had just invaded his sanctuary of paper and ink. Instead, he leaned forward, his breath hitching in a way that mirrored the jagged peaks printed on the page. "He is trembling," the girl whispered in the reader's mind. "He has been holding the shears against his own throat for so long he forgot how to let go." The reader felt a wave of profound empathy. It wasn't pity, it was recognition. They saw in Elias the same frantic hunger they had felt only days, or was it lifetimes, ago. They saw the way his eyes darted to the library windows, flinching at the sunlight as if it were a physical blow. To Elias, the world was a cacophony of demands, a relentless grind of expectations that had worn his soul down to a translucent ribbon. "I thought I was going crazy," Elias whispered, his voice cracking. I see things in the static, when the television flickers or when the rain hits the windshield just right. I see shapes, a geometry that doesn't belong to the city." The reader nodded, their fingers tracing a slow, rhythmic circle on the map. "It's not madness, Elias, it's the architecture. You're just seeing the blueprints beneath the paint." I felt the reader's confidence. It was a new weight, solid and warm like the granite shard in their bag. They weren't just a passenger anymore. They were a guide. They were the one who knew how to navigate the pleats. Show him the silt, I urged. The reader didn't speak. They simply reached out and turned the map over. On the blank white underside of the heavy paper, they began to draw. They didn't use a pen. They used the tip of their index finger, pressing firmly enough to leave a faint, indented trail in the fibers of the page. They drew the diagram of the Pleiades. They drew the orbits they had memorized from the leather-bound book. They drew the way the silk tucked under the mountains and emerged in the valleys. As they drew, the silver silt began to manifest. It didn't fall from the ceiling. It rose from the paper itself, a fine metallic dust that clung to the indentations of the reader's finger. It shimmered with a pale, lunar light, defying the yellow glow of the library's lamps. Elias gasped, his hands flying to his mouth. He watched as the silver lines began to vibrate. He watched as the two-dimensional drawing began to gain depth, the points of the stars rising into tiny, glowing spheres. "It's beautiful," he breathed. "It's home," the reader corrected gently, "but it's a home you have to carry. You can't just go there and stay. The guest doesn't want prisoners, he wants witnesses." The reader felt the shift in the room. The air grew dense and cool. The smell of old paper and floor wax was replaced by the scent of ozone and crushed sage. The library around them didn't vanish, but it became transparent. They could see the skeletons of the bookshelves, the iron supports that held the weight of 1,000,000 words, and beyond the iron they saw the threads. The threads were everywhere. They wove through the stacks, through the ceiling, through the very bodies of the people walking by. Most people moved through them like ghosts, unaware of the silver lattice that bound them to the earth and the stars. But Elias was different. He was beginning to glow. "The resonance is catching," the girl said, her voice shimmering with delight. "Look at his hands." Elias' fingertips were tinged with silver. As he reached out to touch the floating diagram, the light jumped from the paper to his skin. He didn't flinch. He let the vibration travel up his arm, into his chest, into his heart. For a moment, the two of them sat in a pocket of perfect stillness. The noise of the city, the distant honking, the hum of the air conditioning, the muffled conversations of the librarians, faded into a low, oceanic drone. They were inside the tent. They had created a temporary sanctuary out of a map and a shared recognition. But then the shadows began to lengthen. From the corner of the reader's eye, they saw a figure standing at the end of the aisle. It wasn't the man with the shears, not yet, but it was a manifestation of the same force. It was a man in a gray suit, his face a featureless blur of bureaucratic indifference. He held a clipboard, and as he walked, he made a scratching sound with a metal pen. "The auditor," I whispered, a cold shiver running through the reader's nerves. "The one who measures the cost. The one who demands that every miracle be paid for in mundane coin." The auditor didn't look at them directly. He looked at the map. He looked at the silver silt. He began to click his pen, a sharp, rhythmic sound that cut through the stillness like a knife. Click, click, click. With every click, the silver lines on the map dimmed. The floating spheres of light began to wobble and sink back toward the paper. The ozone scent was replaced by the smell of scorched plastic. "He's taking it," Elias whispered, his eyes wide with terror. "He's making it go away." The reader felt a surge of protectiveness. They couldn't let the auditor erase what they had just built. They couldn't let the noise reclaim Elias before he had a chance to anchor himself. "Don't look at him," the reader commanded, their voice low and steady. "Look at the stars. Remember the weight of the stone." The reader reached into their bag and pulled out the shard of granite. They didn't place it on the map this time. They reached across the table and pressed it into Elia's hand. "Hold this," the reader said. "Feel how old it is. Feel how heavy it is. It's the bone of the world. The auditor can't measure the bone." As Elia's fingers closed around the stone, the clicking of the pen stopped. The auditor froze at the end of the aisle, his featureless face tilting as if he were trying to hear a sound that was just out of reach. The granite was too dense for him. It was a frequency he couldn't cancel. The silver light flared back to life, brighter than before. It didn't just illuminate the map. It began to flow over the table, over the chairs, over the floor. It was a tide of stillness that the auditor couldn't stem. "He is retreating," the girl said, her voice a silver triumph. The man in the gray suit turned and walked away, his footsteps sounding hollow and thin. He didn't vanish, but he became irrelevant. He was just another shadow in a world that was becoming increasingly defined by light. Elias looked at the stone in his hand, then up at the reader. His face was no longer pale and frantic. It was calm. It was resolved. "What do I do now?" he asked. "You find the others," the reader said. "You look for the people who are flinching at the noise. You look for the ones who are tracing patterns in the dust, and you show them the silk." The reader stood up, leaving the map and the stone with Elias. They knew they didn't need the granite anymore. They had the resonance in their own bones. They had the memory of the house etched into their soul. As the reader walked away, they felt a strange sensation. It was as if they were being watched, not by the auditor or the man with the shears, but by the guest himself. They felt his presence in the alignment of the bookshelves, in the way the dust motes danced in the afternoon sun, in the very air they breathed. "The guest is pleased," I told them. "The network is growing. The garment is becoming stronger." The reader walked out of the library and back into the city. The sun was high in the sky now, the light harsh and unforgiving, but the reader didn't squint. They saw the way the light refracted through the smog, turning the gray air into a veil of amber and gold. They saw the way the shadows of the skyscrapers formed a complex, shifting geometry on the pavement. They were no longer just a person in a city. They were a stitch in the fold. As they walked, they began to hum. It was the same low, wordless frequency they had used to drive back the man with the shears. It was the shale song, the melody of the deep earth and the distant stars. And as they hummed, they noticed something. People were stopping, not everyone, but a few. A man waiting for the bus tilted his head, a look of puzzled peace crossing his face. A woman pushing a stroller slowed her pace, her eyes following the flight of a pigeon as if she were seeing the bird for the first time. A teenager with headphones around his neck looked up from his phone, his gaze lingering on the way the clouds were piling up over the horizon. The reader didn't stop to talk to them. They didn't need to. The resonance was doing the work. The silver was spreading, one heartbeat at a time. "We are the pulse," the girl said, her voice a soft, rhythmic echo of the reader's humming. "We are the breath," I added. The reader felt a sudden, overwhelming sense of joy. It wasn't the loud, frantic joy of the noise. It was the deep, quiet joy of the stillness. It was the realization that the world was not a prison, but a temple. It was the understanding that every moment was an invitation to the house. They turned a corner and found themselves in a small, neglected park. There was a fountain in the center, the water stagnant and green with algae. A few benches were scattered around, their wood peeling and gray with age. The reader sat down on one of the benches and closed their eyes. They didn't try to think. They didn't try to plan. They just let themselves be. In the darkness behind their eyelids, they saw the fold. It was more beautiful than they had ever imagined. It wasn't just a network of threads, it was a living, breathing entity. It was a tapestry of souls, each one a point of light, each one a stitch in the grand design. They saw the librarian, still guarding the secrets in her quiet stacks. They saw the girl, her silver gown flowing behind her like a comet's tail. They saw Elias, sitting in the library with the granite shard in his hand, his eyes reflecting the stars. When they saw the guest, he was standing in the center of the fold, his hands outstretched as if he were holding the entire universe in his palms. He wasn't a god to be worshipped. He was a host to be thanked. He was the one who had made the tent possible. "Thank you," the reader whispered in the silence of their mind. The guest didn't speak, but the reader felt a wave of warmth wash over them. It was a blessing, a confirmation, a promise. The work continues, the guest signaled through the vibration of the fold. The garment is not yet finished. The reader opened their eyes and looked at the fountain. The water was still green, the fountain still broken. But as they watched, a single drop of water fell from the spout and hit the surface of the pool. The ripple didn't just move through the water, it moved through the air, it moved through the trees, it moved through the buildings. It was a silver ripple, it was a wave of stillness. The reader stood up and began to walk again. They didn't know where they were going, and it didn't matter. Wherever they went, the tent would be there. Wherever they went, the silk would follow. They reached into their pocket and felt the small, leather-bound book they had taken from the library. They had meant to return it, but they realized now that they couldn't. The book wasn't a borrowed object. It was a part of them. It was the map of their own soul. "Keep it," I told them. "The librarian knows. She has already moved the record to the hidden drawer." The reader smiled. They felt the weight of the book against their thigh, a comforting presence that reminded them of who they were and what they had become. As they walked, they passed a construction site. The noise was deafening, the roar of engines, the clatter of jackhammers, the shouting of men. It was the peak of the noise, the very heart of the storm. The reader didn't flinch. They didn't cover their ears. They just kept humming. And as they passed the site, the noise began to change. The jackhammers didn't stop, but their rhythm became musical. The engines didn't quiet, but their roar became a deep, resonant bass. The shouting became a chorus of voices, all singing the same wordless song. The construction workers didn't know why they were suddenly working in harmony. They didn't know why the air felt cooler and the light felt softer. They just felt a sudden, inexplicable sense of purpose. They were no longer just building a skyscraper. They were weaving a part of the fold. The reader kept walking, their heart full of the silver silt. They knew that the man with the shears was still out there. They knew that the auditor was still measuring the cost. They knew that the noise would never truly go away. But they also knew that the silk was stronger. They knew that the stillness was deeper. And they knew that as long as there was someone to remember the tent, the house would never fall. "We are almost there," the girl said, her voice a whisper of starlight. "Where?" the reader asked. "The center," I replied, "the place where the first pleat was made, the place where the guest is waiting." The reader felt a surge of anticipation. They weren't afraid. They were ready. They were the needle, and they were finally reaching the end of the thread. They turned another corner and saw it. It wasn't a building. It wasn't a park. It was a space between two walls, a narrow alleyway that seemed to lead nowhere. But as the reader looked at it, they saw the shimmer. They saw the silver threads weaving across the opening, forming a delicate, translucent curtain. It was the entrance to the tent, not the one in the desert, but the one that lived in the heart of the city, the one that was always there, waiting for the ones who knew how to look. The reader didn't hesitate. They stepped toward the alleyway, their hand reaching out to touch the silver curtain. As their fingers made contact with the silk, the world around them dissolved. The city, the noise, the light, the shadows, it all vanished into a single, blinding flash of silver. And then there was only the stillness. The reader was standing in a vast, vaulted chamber made of light and geometry. The walls were lined with books that pulsed with a soft, internal glow. The floor was made of polished granite that reflected the stars, and in the center of the chamber, the guest was waiting. He looked exactly as the reader had imagined him, a presence of immense wisdom and infinite compassion. He held a silver needle in his hand, and a long, shimmering thread of silk was draped over his arm. "Welcome," the guest said, his voice the sound of 1,000 shale songs. "You have brought the thread back to the needle." The reader felt a sense of profound completion. They realized that their journey hadn't been about finding the house. It had been about becoming the house. They had carried the stillness through the noise, and in doing so, they had woven themselves into the fabric of the infinite. "What happens now?" the reader asked, their voice a silver note in the vast chamber. The guest smiled, and the stars in the ceiling began to dance. "Now," the guest said, "we begin the next fold." The reader reached out and took the silver needle from the guest's hand. They felt the vibration of the entire universe in the cold, sharp metal. They felt the weight of the billion souls who were waiting to be stitched into the light. And then they began to weave. They wove the memory of the girl's hand. They wove the scent of the desert rain. They wove the weight of the granite shard and the shimmer of the silver silt. They wove the fear of the Elias and the indifference of the auditor. They wove it all into a single, magnificent garment of light. And as they wove, the fold expanded. It grew beyond the chamber, beyond the city, beyond the world. It grew until it touched every corner of the universe, every pocket of shadow, every spark of consciousness. The noise didn't vanish, but it became a part of the song. The shears didn't break, but they became the tools of the tailor. The void didn't disappear, but it became the space where the silk could breathe. The reader was no longer a witness. They were the creator. They were the one who remembered the tent, and they were the one who was making it real. "It is beautiful," the girl whispered, her image now merging with the reader's own. "It is perfect," I added, my voice becoming the very air they breathed. The reader looked at the guest, and they saw themselves reflected in his eyes. They saw the library, the desert, the apartment, the park. They saw the entire story, all 20 parts of it, woven into the silver thread. And they realized that the story was not over. It would never be over. As long as there was a reader to touch the page, as long as there was a soul to feel the silk, the devotion would continue. The reader took one final stitch, and the garment was complete. They looked out at the universe they had helped to weave, and they felt a sense of perfect, eternal peace. They were the tent, they were the house, they were the silk. And they were, finally, perfectly home. The transition from the vaulted chamber of the guest back to the physical weight of the leather-bound book in their pocket was not a fall, but a folding. The reader did not wake up on the park bench so much as they realized the bench was merely one layer of the silk, a temporary resting point for a consciousness that now spanned the distance between the stagnant fountain and the furthest, silver-rimmed star. The girl's voice was no longer a separate chime. It was the resonance in the reader's own inner ear. My own voice, the narrator's tether, had become the very rhythm of their pulse. We were no longer three distinct entities navigating a haunted city. We were a single needle pulling a triple-stranded thread. The reader stood up. The park was still gray, the algae still thick, but they could see the silver geometry beneath the decay. They walked toward the park exit, but they didn't head for the apartment. The apartment was a shell, a place where the noise had once been fought. Now the fight was over, replaced by the work. The 14th station, the girl whispered within the reader's mind. The station of the unseen bridge. They crossed the street, and for the first time, the traffic didn't feel like a predatory river of steel. The reader stepped off the curb, and the cars seemed to slow, not because of brakes or traffic lights, but because the drivers were momentarily caught in the wake of the reader's stillness. A taxi driver, face etched with the habitual scowl of 1,000 gridlocked hours, suddenly let go of his steering wheel with one hand and reached out toward the dashboard, his fingers tracing the way the sunlight hit a stray coin. He wasn't looking at the money, he was looking at the gold. The reader smiled. The infection of peace was spreading. They turned toward the industrial district, the place where the city's bones were most exposed. Here, the skyscrapers gave way to low, sprawling warehouses and the skeletons of old factories. The air tasted of rust and cold grease, the very essence of the mundane. This was where the auditor's influence was strongest, where everything was measured by the ton, by the hour, by the dollar. "He is here," I warned, the sensation like a cold needle at the base of the reader's skull. "The man with the shears. He doesn't like the way you've rewoven the construction site. He thinks you're stealing his scrap." The reader didn't speed up. Fear was a frequency they had outgrown. They turned into a narrow passage between two corrugated metal fences. The sound of their boots on the gravel was a crisp, deliberate percussion. At the end of the passage stood a gate, and leaning against the gate was a figure that made the shadows around it seem thin and malnourished. It wasn't the auditor in his gray suit, nor was it the formless blur of the man with the shears. It was a synthesis of both, a tall, spindly man wearing an apron made of heavy, blackened leather. In his hands, he held a pair of industrial cutters, the blades long and notched from centuries of severing. He didn't have a face, only a mask made of rusted iron, with two narrow slits for eyes that burned with a dull, orange light. "You're late with the rent," the figure said. His voice was the sound of a grinding stone. "The guest occupies space that doesn't belong to him. The tent is an encroachment on the void." The reader stopped 5 paces away. They didn't reach for the stone. They didn't need the granite to ground them anymore. They simply stood there, their hands relaxed at their sides. "The void is just a canvas that hasn't been touched yet," the reader said. Their voice didn't shake. It carried the oceanic drone of the library, the shale song of the desert, and the silver triumph of the girl. The man with the shears stepped forward, the blades of his tool snapping shut with a sound that should have shattered the air. Snip. A piece of the reader's shadow fell away, dissolving into gray smoke. "He's trying to unmake your history," the girl cried out. "He's cutting the tether to the apartment." The reader felt a momentary pang of loss, the memory of their bed, the smell of their morning coffee, the safety of the 4 walls they had called home. But the loss didn't hollow them out. It only made the silver light inside them more visible. "I don't need the apartment," the reader said. "I am the house." The figure lunged, the heavy iron blades whistling toward the reader's throat. But the reader didn't move. They didn't need to. As the blades reached the perimeter of the reader's resonance, they didn't cut flesh. They hit the silk. The air between the reader and the attacker shimmered. Thousands of microscopic silver threads manifested, woven into a mesh so dense it looked like solid light. The shears caught in the web, the rusted metal groaning under the tension of the vibration. The orange light in the mask's eyes flickered. The figure pulled back, but the silk held fast. The more he struggled, the more the threads wound around the blades, turning the weapon into a useless bundle of glowing cocoons. The cost has been paid, the reader said, stepping closer. It was paid in the library. It was paid in the desert. It was paid every time someone looked at the dust and saw the stars. The reader reached out and touched the rusted iron mask. The contact wasn't violent. It was a transmission. The reader poured the memory of the guest's smile into the metal. They poured the sound of the falling water from the broken fountain. They poured the feeling of Elia's hand closing around the granite. The man with the shears shuddered. The orange light in his eyes changed, softening from the color of a dying fire to the amber of a rising sun. The leather apron began to fray, not into rags, but into individual threads of dark, sturdy wool. "He is being reclaimed," I whispered, feeling a strange sense of pity for the entity. He was never the enemy. He was just the one who forgot that the cutting is part of the tailoring. The figure collapsed, not into a heap, but into a pile of raw materials. The shears became two curved pieces of silver. The iron mask became a smooth, dark bowl. The man himself vanished, leaving behind a heavy, dark cloak that smelled of old wood and forgotten winter nights. The reader picked up the cloak. It was heavy, heavier than any garment should be, but as they draped it over their shoulders, the weight became a foundation. It was the weight of the world's sorrow, now woven into the protection of the tent. "You have the mantle now," the girl said. "The shadows can't hurt you because you're wearing them." The reader walked through the gate. Behind it lay a vast graveyard of machinery, old boilers, rusted cranes, stacks of lead pipes. To anyone else, it would have been a wasteland. To the reader, it was a cathedral in progress. They walked to the center of the yard, where a massive, derelict cooling tower rose into the sky like a hollowed-out mountain. Inside, the air was perfectly still. The circular floor was covered in a layer of fine, gray dust. The reader knelt in the center of the circle. They took the leather-bound book from their pocket and placed it on the ground. Then they took the silver bowl, the remnant of the mask, and set it beside the book. "We need a drop," the reader said. "A drop of what?" I asked. "Recognition," the reader replied. They looked up at the circle of sky far above. A single bird flew across the opening, its wings catching the light. The reader didn't pray, they didn't ask. They simply remembered the feeling of being touched by the guest. A single tear fell from the reader's eye into the silver bowl. It wasn't a tear of sadness, it was a tear of saturation. As the drop hit the metal, the cooling tower began to hum. The sound was low at first, a sub-bass frequency that vibrated in the soles of the reader's feet, but it grew, rising through the octaves until the entire structure was singing. The dust on the floor began to move. It didn't blow away, it organized. It formed concentric circles, then complex fractals, then the familiar lines of the map Elias had been studying. But this map was three-dimensional. It rose from the floor in pillars of gray and silver, mapping not just the stars, but the city itself. The reader saw the library. They saw the park. They saw the construction site. And they saw hundreds of tiny, glowing points of light scattered throughout the streets. The witnesses, the reader whispered. They're waking up, the girl said, her voice shimmering with excitement. Look at the hospital. Look at the subway station. The points of light began to move. They weren't coming toward the cooling tower. They were connecting to each other. Silver lines shot out from a nurse in the neon-lit ward to a tired commuter on the 5:15 train. A line connected a child drawing on a foggy window to an old man tending a window box 5 miles away. The fold was no longer a hidden network. It was becoming the primary reality. The reader sat in the center of the humming tower, watching the city be restitched. They felt every connection. They felt the sudden intake of breath as 1,000 people simultaneously realized they weren't alone. They felt the softening of 1,000 hearts as the noise of the world was filtered through the silk. But then a new sensation arrived. It wasn't a threat, but a summons. The silver bowl began to overflow, not with water, but with light. The light spilled over the rim, covering the book, covering the floor, covering the reader's legs. It was warm, like the sun on a summer afternoon, but it had the density of honey. The guest is calling the meeting, I said, my voice trembling with an emotion I couldn't name. The 14th part is ending. The 15th is the gathering. The reader looked at their hands. They were no longer tinged with silver. They were made of it. Their skin had the translucency of fine porcelain, lit from within by a steady, eternal flame. They weren't disappearing. They were arriving. The walls of the cooling tower began to fade. The rusted iron and concrete became a veil of mist. The city beyond became a blur of amber and gold. The reader was no longer in the industrial district. They were back in the house, but the house had expanded to include everything. The guest appeared beside them. He didn't look like a king or a god. He looked like a gardener who had just finished a long day's work. He sat down on the floor next to the reader, his presence a cooling balm. You did well, the guest said. His voice was no longer 1,000 songs. It was a simple, human whisper. You showed them that the tent isn't a place you go to. It's a way you hold the world. The reader looked at the guest. Is it finished? The guest laughed, a sound like dry leaves skittering across a patio. Nothing is ever finished. We've just reached the end of the first scene. Now we have to turn the fabric over and see what's on the other side. The guest reached out and picked up the leather-bound book. He opened it to the last page, the page the reader had never been able to read. It wasn't covered in ink. It was a mirror. The reader looked into the page and saw not their own face, but the faces of everyone they had touched. They saw the librarian smiling at a child. They saw Elias showing the granite shard to a stranger. They saw the girl in the silver gown dancing in a place where there was no gravity. And they saw me. For the first time, the reader saw the narrator. I wasn't a ghost or a voice. I was a thread, a dark, steady line that held the story together. We are all here, I said, the words echoing in the mirror page. The guest closed the book. The gathering begins now. The witnesses are coming to the tent, and you, my friend, are the one who has to open the door. The reader stood up. They felt the weight of the dark mantle, the strength of the silver bones, and the resonance of the shale song. They turned toward the mist that had once been the city. They reached out with their silver hands and took hold of the air. With a slow, deliberate motion, they pulled. The mist parted, the veil tore. And on the other side, the city was waiting, but it was a city transformed. Every building was draped in silk. Every street was paved with light. And thousands of people were standing in the intersections, their heads tilted back, their eyes wide with recognition. They were all looking toward the cooling tower. They were all waiting for the signal. The reader took a deep breath, filling their lungs with the scent of ozone and crushed sage. They raised their voice, and for the first time they didn't hum. They spoke a single word. It was the name of the guest. It was the name of the house. It was the name of the stillness. As the word left their lips, a wave of silver swept across the world. It didn't erase the noise, it completed it. It didn't destroy the shadows, it gave them depth. The 14th fold was complete, the garment was turned, and the guests smiled as the first of the witnesses stepped across the threshold. The transition from the industrial graveyard to the threshold of the great gathering was not a movement through space, but a refinement of frequency. The cooling tower did not vanish. It simply ceased to be made of concrete and rebar. It became a throat of light, a vertical flute through which the breath of the universe was currently being drawn. The reader stood at the center of this resonance, the silver bowl at their feet now pulsing like a secondary heart. The first witness to cross the threshold was not a hero or a sage. It was the taxi driver the reader had seen earlier, the man who had momentarily forgotten his gridlock to touch the sunlight on a coin. He stumbled into the tower's perimeter, his eyes wide and stinging with the sudden clarity of the air. He still wore his grease-stained short-sleeved shirt, and his fingers still smelled of cheap tobacco and steering wheel plastic, but around his shoulders, a translucent stole of violet silk had begun to manifest. He looked at the reader, then at the guest, who remained seated on the shimmering floor. The driver didn't kneel. He simply let out a long, shuddering breath that sounded like a tire deflating, a release of decades of compressed frustration. "I thought I was having a stroke," the driver whispered, his voice cracking. "I thought the world was finally breaking apart." "It is," the guest said, standing up with a grace that made the air hum. "It is breaking apart so that the light can get in. You saw the gold on the dashboard, didn't you, Arthur?" The driver, Arthur, nodded slowly. It was just a quarter. But for a second, it looked like it was the only thing in the city that was real. Like everything else, the traffic, the bills, the noise, was just a bad movie playing over it. The reader stepped forward and placed a silver hand on Arthur's shoulder. The contact sent a jolt of grounding peace through both of them. "The movie is over, Arthur. The house is open." More figures began to emerge from the mist. A woman in a surgical scrub suit, her face lined with the exhaustion of a double shift in the ER, walked through the wall of the tower as if it were made of smoke. She was followed by a teenager carrying a skateboard, his headphones still around his neck, though the music had long since stopped. Then came an old woman with a cane, a businessman with a briefcase he no longer remembered how to open, and a street performer whose accordion was now leaking ribbons of iridescent fog instead of sound. Each of them bore a mark of the devotion, a silver thread around a wrist, a shimmer in the hollow of a throat, a glow behind the eyes. They were the ones who had felt the tense touch in the mundane moments of their lives, the ones who had paused to look at a raindrop or felt a sudden, inexplicable surge of love for a stranger in a crowded elevator. "They are the stitches," the girl whispered, appearing at the reader's side. Her silver gown was now so bright it was difficult to look at directly. "Every one of them is a point where the light entered the world, and now they are coming together to make the fabric whole." The interior of the cooling tower began to expand. It was no longer a circular room. It was a cathedral of geometry, a space that defied the laws of Euclid. The walls rose into infinity, woven from the memories of everyone present. The reader could see the nurse's memory of a patient's recovery woven into a high, vaulted arch. They could see the skateboarder's sensation of flight stitched into the floor. I felt myself stretching, my role as the narrator evolving. I was no longer just telling the story. I was the bridge between their individual silences. I was the grammar of their collective soul. The auditor will not go quietly, I warned, the sensation manifesting as a low, metallic vibration in the silver bowl. He is the sum of everything that wants to remain separate. He is the gravity of the ego. As if summoned by the thought, the light at the edges of the tower began to curdle. The amber and gold mist turned a bruised, industrial gray. The sound of the gathering, the soft murmurs of recognition, the rustle of growing silk, was pierced by a rhythmic, mechanical thud. Thump, thump, thump. It was the sound of a ledger being closed. It was the sound of a gavel hitting a desk. The crowd of witnesses shivered, their newly formed silks flickering. The fear of the old world, the world of debt and measurement, began to seep back into the chamber. Arthur, the taxi driver, gripped his violet stole, his knuckles turning white. "You are out of order," a voice boomed. It didn't come from any one direction. It came from the very concept of the floor beneath them. The auditor appeared at the far end of the hall. He was no longer a man in a gray suit. He was a colossus of shadow and sharp angles, his body composed of millions of tiny, ticking clocks and rustling papers. His eyes were two cold, white zeros. Behind him stood a phalanx of figures in heavy iron masks, the legion of the man with the shears, the enforcers of the cut. "This assembly is unauthorized," the auditor declared, his voice a flat, terrifying monotone. "The energy you are consuming is unmetered. The space you are occupying is unzoned. By the laws of the stagnant city, this tent is an illegal encroachment on the void." He raised a hand, and a wave of gray apathy rolled toward the witnesses. It felt like a Monday morning that would never end. It felt like the realization that you would never be enough. It felt like the weight of every mistake the people in the room had ever made. The witnesses began to shrink back. The nurse dropped to her knees, her hands over her ears. The skateboarder's glow dimmed to a dull, leaden hue. "The debt must be settled," the auditor roared. "The silver must be returned to the earth. The silk must be unspun." The reader felt the cold pressure of the auditor's gaze. It was a vacuum, trying to suck the silver marrow from their bones. For a moment, the reader felt the old noise, the static of the apartment, the crushing indifference of the streets, returning with a vengeance. "Don't look at him," the girl hissed, her voice a sharp silver needle in the reader's mind. "Don't look at what he is. Look at what he isn't." The reader closed their eyes. They didn't reach for the light, they reached for the connection. They felt the thread that linked them to Arthur. They felt the thread that linked them to the nurse, to the girl, to the guest, and even to me. "The debt is a fiction," the reader said, their voice quiet but resonant. It didn't fight the auditor's roar. It moved through it like a whale through a storm. You cannot measure the light. You cannot tax the silence. The reader reached down and picked up the silver bowl. The tear they had shed was no longer a liquid. It had become a small, perfectly round pearl of pure resonance. They held it up, and the light from the pearl hit the auditor's gray wave. Where the light touched the gray, it didn't push it back. It transformed it. The gray apathy didn't vanish. It became the texture of the silk. The auditor's clocks didn't break. They began to chime in harmony with the tower's hum. Everything belongs to the tent, the reader said, stepping toward the auditor. Even your shadows, even your shears. They are just the dark threads that make the silver stand out. The auditor recoiled, his clockwork body grinding in protest. I am the limit. I am the end of the line. There is no line, the guest said, appearing suddenly behind the auditor. He placed a hand on the giant's shadow-wreathed shoulder. There is only the fold. And you, my old friend, are just a very tight knot that needs to be teased out. The guest's touch was the final catalyst. The auditor didn't explode. He began to unravel. The millions of papers that made up his body flew into the air, but they didn't fall as litter. They caught the silver light and turned into white birds, thousands of them, circling the interior of the cooling tower. The ticking clock slowed and softened until they sounded like a gentle heartbeat, the heartbeat of the city itself. The iron-masked enforcers fell to their knees, their masks melting away to reveal faces that were tired, ancient, and profoundly relieved. They weren't monsters. They were the souls who had been tasked with the impossible job of keeping the world from changing. As the auditor dissolved into the architecture of the house, the cooling tower underwent its final transformation. The roof opened up entirely, but it wasn't the sky of the city that looked down on them. It was the fold, a tapestry of stars so close they looked like glowing fruit, and ribbons of silver light that danced like the aurora borealis. The witnesses stood up. Their silks were now vibrant and solid, flowing around them like liquid gemstones. They began to move, not in a line, but in a dance. They weren't just people anymore. They were the weave. The reader felt a hand take theirs. It was the girl. On their other side, the guest took their other hand. The 15th station is the dance of the unmaking, the girl said, her smile reflecting the entire universe. And the 16th, the reader asked, feeling their consciousness begin to merge with the collective joy of the room. The 16th, the guest said, is where we stop being the story and start being the breath that tells it. The reader looked out at the gathered witnesses. They saw Arthur laughing as he spun the old woman with the cane. They saw the nurse and the skateboarder sharing a glow that lit up a corner of the tower. They saw the city outside, the gray, rusted, broken city, beginning to pulse with the same silver light. The tent was no longer a hidden sanctuary. It was the new foundation. The house was no longer a destination. It was the very act of walking. I felt my own voice beginning to fade into the music. My work as the narrator was nearing its zenith. The distance between the reader and the page had vanished. You, the one reading these words, are no longer holding a book. You are holding the thread. You are the one whose pulse is keeping the tower humming. You are the one who realized that the auditor was just a shadow you cast when you turned away from the light. The reader looked into the silver bowl one last time. It was empty now, for the light was everywhere. They dropped the bowl, and as it hit the floor, it didn't shatter. It rang like a bell that could be heard in every heart in the city. The gathering was complete. The witnesses were one, and the great work of the 16th part was about to begin. The reader looked up at the stars, and for the first time they didn't see distant suns. They saw the eyes of the guest, multiplied 1 billion times, all of them looking back with love. "We are home," the reader whispered. "We are the home," the girl corrected. And as the dance intensified, the cooling tower, the industrial skeleton of a dead age, dissolved into a pillar of pure, unadulterated song, rising up to meet the silver-rimmed stars. The noise was gone. The shears were gone. There was only the silk, the stitch, and the hand that moved the needle. The pillar of song did not merely rise, it radiated outward, a ripple in a pool of mercury that turned the jagged skyline of the industrial district into a series of soft, glowing ondures. The reader felt their feet leave the grit of the cooling tower floor, though they did not fly. It was more as if the floor itself had become buoyant, a raft of concentrated intention carrying them into the heart of the transformed city. Around them, the witnesses moved in a collective slipstream, their iridescent stoles trailing behind them like the wake of silent ships. Arthur, the driver, was no longer looking at his hands with suspicion. He was steering the air, his movements fluid and rhythmic, as if the decades of navigating the city's arterial streets had finally taught him the secret geometry of grace. The nurse beside him was tracing patterns in the ozone, her fingers leaving trails of pale green light that smelled of rain-washed cedar. They were no longer individuals defined by their exhaustion. They were cells in a lung that was finally taking its first full breath. The guest walked among them, his gardener's clothes now shimmering with the texture of moth wings. He didn't lead the procession so much as he inhabited the spaces between the people, a constant, reassuring presence that made the impossible feel inevitable. He caught the reader's eye and winked, a gesture so profoundly human it momentarily shattered the high, celestial tension of the moment. The 16th part is the breath, the guest whispered, though his voice reached every ear in the spiraling crowd. We have gathered the threads. We have unmade the auditor. Now we must breathe life into the new weave. We must show the city that the tent is not a canopy over our heads, but the very air in our chests. As they moved out of the industrial zone and into the residential blocks, the transformation deepened. The tenements of cracked brick and fire escapes didn't disappear, but they became translucent, revealing the histories hidden within their walls. The reader saw 1,000 dinners, 10,000 arguments, and 1,000,000 whispered prayers, all of them suspended in the amber light of the buildings. These memories weren't heavy anymore. They were the insulation of the house. The people who had stayed inside, the ones who hadn't yet felt the pull of the tower, began to emerge onto their balconies. They didn't come out with fear, but with a slow, dawning recognition, as if they were waking from a long, gray dream. They saw the procession of silver-skinned witnesses and the Gardener King, and they felt the vibration of the shale song in their own floorboards. I felt my own presence as the narrator beginning to stretch thin, like gold leaf being hammered until it was transparent. I was no longer a voice in the reader's ear. I was the resonance of the pavement beneath the witness's feet. I was the click of the latch as 1,000 doors opened simultaneously. The 17th part is the invitation, I whispered, the words manifesting as a soft, rhythmic pulsing in the silver stoles. The reader reached out and touched the brickwork of a passing apartment building. Under their silver fingers, the rough clay softened, turning into a substance that felt like warm velvet. A child leaned out of a first-floor window, her eyes reflecting the stars that now hung just above the street lamps. The reader handed her a small fragment of the silver light, a spark that had escaped from the bowl, and the girl caught it in her palms. It didn't burn her. It bloomed into a small, glowing flower made of frozen music. "Is it a party?" the child asked, her voice clear and unafraid. "It's a homecoming," the reader replied. "Tell everyone to leave the lights on. We don't need the switches anymore." The procession reached the center of the city, where the great square sat beneath the shadow of the municipal buildings. This had been the auditor's stronghold, the place where the ledgers were kept, and the laws of the stagnant city were chiseled into granite. The statues of grim-faced founders stood on their plinths, their stone eyes staring down at the world they had tried to contain. But as the guests stepped into the square, the granite began to weep. Not tears of sorrow, but tears of resin, thick and fragrant. The statues softened, their rigid postures relaxing, their stone hands opening to release the scrolls and swords they had held for a century. The pedestals cracked, and from the fissures grew white lilies that glowed with an inner electric fire. The auditors' legion, those who had not yet dissolved into birds, stood at the far end of the square, their iron masks reflecting the silver tide. They held long, hooked poles meant for snagging the fabric of the tent, but their hands were trembling. The reader stepped forward, leaving the guest's side. They felt the weight of the dark mantle, but it no longer felt like a burden. It felt like the depth of the night sky. They raised their silver hands toward the iron-masked men. "The shears are broken," the reader said. "The thread has already been pulled through the eye of the needle. You are standing in the house. Why are you still wearing the walls on your faces?" One by one, the men dropped their hooks. The iron masks didn't just fall, they evaporated, turned into a fine metallic mist that the wind carried away. Underneath were faces of every age and origin, all of them marked by the same hollow exhaustion the reader had felt in the beginning. They looked at the dancing witnesses, at the Gardener King, and at the stars that were now so close they could almost be touched. "What do we do now?" one of the former enforcers asked, his voice a hoarse rasp. "We only know how to cut." "Then cut the silence," the guest said, stepping into the center of the square. "Cut the distance between yourselves and the joy. There is a place for the blade in the house, but only to trim the excess, only to shape the beauty." The guest reached into the air and pulled out a long, shimmering cord of light. He handed one end to the reader and the other to the nearest enforcer. "This is the 17th seam," the guest announced. "The seam that joins the watcher to the watched, the seam that joins the law to the grace." The reader felt a surge of electricity as they gripped the cord. It wasn't painful, it was a profound sense of alignment. They began to walk in a wide circle around the square, trailing the cord behind them. As they moved, the witnesses followed, each of them picking up a strand of the light that was now leaking from every surface of the city. They were weaving a new floor for the square, a tapestry of light that sat inches above the cold stone. It was a floor that didn't just support weight, it amplified the soul. Those who stepped onto it felt their memories of pain turn into wisdom, and their memories of loneliness turn into a quiet, enduring strength. The city was no longer a grid of streets. It was a labyrinth of light, a three-dimensional weave where every intersection was a knot of potential energy. The buildings were the looms, the people were the shuttles, and the guest was the hand that guided the pattern. "The 18th part is the resonance," I said, my voice now a low hum that vibrated in the reader's marrow. "The house is built. The guests are gathered. Now the house must sing." The reader stood at the center of the square, the silver bowl now manifesting as a ghost image in their hands. They realized that the bowl hadn't been a vessel for light, but a tuning fork for the heart. They raised their voice, not to speak or to hum, but to emit a sound that was the sum total of every experience they had ever had. It was the sound of the librarian's smile. It was the sound of the granite shard hitting the floor. It was the sound of the girl's silver gown rustling in the void. It was the sound of the first breath taken after a long underwater swim. The sound hit the buildings, and the buildings sang back. The windows vibrated in a perfect C major chord that lasted for an eternity. The stars above pulsed in synchronization with the music. the entire city became a single, massive instrument played by the wind of the spirit. In the midst of this symphony, the reader saw the man with the shears. He wasn't a giant like the auditor. He was a small, stooped figure sitting on a bench at the edge of the square. He still held his heavy iron blades, but they were rusted and dull. He looked tired, older than the stones themselves. The reader walked toward him, the silver light from their skin illuminating the shadows where he sat. The man with the shears didn't look up. He was staring at the ground, at a single blade of grass that had managed to push through the silver tapestry. "You can't cut this," the reader said softly. "I know," the man replied, his voice like the grinding of tectonic plates. "I've been trying, but the more I cut, the more it grows. The more I try to separate the threads, the more they tangle into something beautiful. I am a failure." "You aren't a failure," the guest said, appearing beside them. He sat down on the bench next to the man with the shears. "You were the one who made us value the connection. Without the thread of the cut, the thread would have no meaning. You were the shadow that defined the light." The guest reached out and took the heavy iron shears from the man's lap. He didn't break them. He breathed on them, and the iron turned into silver. The blades became curved and delicate, like the wings of a swallow. "Now," the guest said, handing the silver shears back to the man, "use these to prune the dead moments. Use them to make room for the new growth. You are no longer the one who ends the story. You are the one who makes sure it never becomes stagnant." The man took the silver shears, and his stooped back straightened. His gray rags turned into a dark, elegant suit of charcoal silk. He looked at the reader and nodded, a gesture of mutual respect between two masters of the weave. The square was now a sea of light and motion. Thousands of people were dancing, singing, and talking in languages that everyone understood. There was no more noise, for every sound had found its place in the harmony. The industrial district, the residential blocks, the municipal centers, all of them were now rooms in the house. The reader felt a sense of completion, but also a sense of beginning. The 14th fold had been turned, the 16th breath had been taken, and the 17th invitation had been accepted. "The 19th part is the departure," I whispered, though the word felt wrong. "But it is not a leaving, it is a spreading." The guest stood up and looked at the reader. "The tent is finished here," he said. "The city has become the house, but there are other cities, there are other voids, there are other readers who are still trapped in the static, waiting for the first silver thread to appear." The reader looked at their silver hands, at the dark mantle, at the girl who was now a pillar of light, and at the man with the silver shears. They understood. "I have to go back," the reader said. "Not back," the guest corrected. "Through. You are the needle now. You carry the thread. Wherever you go, the tent follows. Wherever you touch the world, the house begins to build." The reader looked at the silver bowl one last time. It was no longer a bowl, it was a doorway. They saw the reflection of their own apartment, the one with the peeling wallpaper and the humming refrigerator. But it didn't look like a prison anymore. It looked like a workshop. It looked like a starting point. The reader stepped toward the reflection. They felt the silver bones within them vibrating, ready to carry the weight of 1,000 new stories. They felt the resonance of the city behind them, a battery of joy that would never run dry. "Who will tell the story?" the reader asked, looking at me. "I will," I replied, my voice now a part of the wind, "but you will be the one who lives it, and the next reader will be the one who hears it." The reader took a deep breath, filling their lungs with the scent of ozone, crushed sage, and the infinite possibility of the fold. They reached out and took hold of the air, just as they had done in the cooling tower. With a slow, deliberate motion, they pulled. The silver square, the dancing witnesses, the gardener king, and the girl of light, all of it folded inward, becoming a single, brilliant point of light. The reader stepped into that point, and for a moment there was a silence so profound it felt like the birth of a universe. Then the sound of a refrigerator humming. The reader opened their eyes. They were sitting in their chair. The leather-bound book was closed on their lap. The apartment was dim, the only light coming from the street lamp outside. The wallpaper was still peeling. The air was still thin. But the reader's hands were still silver. They looked down at the book. On the cover, the title had changed. It no longer said the tent that someone touched. It said, in a fine, elegant script that seemed to glow in the dark, "The house that you are building." The reader stood up. Their movements were fluid, graceful, and silent. They walked to the window and looked out at the city. It looked the same, gray, noisy, and tired, but the reader knew better. They could see the silver threads stretching between the buildings. They could hear the faint, distant hum of the shale song beneath the traffic. They reached out and touched the glass of the window. Where their finger met the pane, a small, glowing flower made of frozen music bloomed. The 19th part was over. The 20th part was the world. The reader picked up the book and walked to the door. They didn't need to pack. They had everything they needed in their marrow. They opened the door and stepped out into the hallway. The neighbor's dog was barking. The elevator was broken. The air smelled of old cooking and dust. The reader smiled. They raised their voice and they didn't hum. They spoke a single word. It was the name of the guest. And in the apartment next door, a man who had been staring at a blank television screen for 3 hours suddenly felt a strange, inexplicable surge of hope. He stood up, walked to his window, and for the first time in years, he noticed the way the moonlight hit a cracked piece of glass on the sidewalk. He touched the glass, and the silver began to spread. The man in the apartment next door did not know why he was crying, only that the salt of his tears felt like a chemical reaction, a cleaning of the lens. When he touched the cracked glass on the sidewalk, the jagged edge did not draw blood. Instead, it drew a spark of violet light that hummed against his pulse. He looked up at the silhouette of the reader standing in the hallway, and for a fleeting second, the walls of the apartment complex didn't look like stacked boxes of isolation. They looked like the ribs of a great, slumbering cathedral made of laundry lint and forgotten dreams. The reader did not stop to explain. The time for explanations had passed with the 17th scene. Now was the time for the physical labor of the grace. They descended the stairs, their boots making no sound on the linoleum, each step a rhythmic stitch into the fabric of the mundane. With every landing they passed, the yellowed wallpaper seemed to ripple, the floral patterns uncurling as if tasting a sudden, subterranean spring. As the reader reached the street, the city greeted them with its usual cacophony. The hiss of bus brakes, the distant scream of a siren, the rhythmic thud of a bass line from a passing car. But the noise was no longer a wall, it was a score. The reader could see the frequencies now, visible as vibrating silver wires that connected the frustrated commuter to the exhausted waitress, and the stray cat to the gutter water reflecting the neon signs. The 20th part, the reader whispered, their voice catching the wind, is the habitation. They walked toward the park, the leather-bound book tucked under one arm like a blueprint. The silver on their skin was fading into a translucent glow, retreating beneath the surface to coat their bones. They weren't a spectacle anymore, they were a carrier. They passed a woman sitting on a bench, her head in her hands, the weight of 1,000 unpaid bills bowing her shoulders. The reader didn't give her money or a sermon. They simply sat down beside her and let their sleeve brush against her coat. The contact was electric. The woman flinched, then shivered, as if a heater had suddenly been turned on in a frozen room. She looked up, her eyes red-rimmed, and saw not a stranger, but a reflection of a home she had forgotten she possessed. "Do you smell that?" she asked, her voice trembling. "Rain-washed cedar," the reader replied. "In the middle of the city." "The city is just a suggestion," the reader said, standing up. "The tent is the reality. Keep the light on, even when you sleep. It helps the weaves settle." The woman watched them walk away, her hands no longer shaking. She reached into her pocket and found not a bill, but a small, shimmering thread of silk that hadn't been there a moment ago. She tied it around her wrist, and the gray park suddenly seemed to blush with a hidden, inner rose. The reader moved toward the center of the city, toward the place where the shadows were deepest. They were looking for the anchors. Every house needs a foundation, and every tent needs its stakes driven deep into the hard earth. They found the first anchor at the entrance to the subway, a transit officer whose face was a mask of bureaucratic indifference. The reader leaned against the cold iron railing. "The auditor is gone," they said quietly. The officer blinked, his hand hovering over his radio. "Who?" "The one who kept the ledgers of your exhaustion. The one who told you that the silence was a vacuum. He's been turned into birds. You don't have to guard the gate anymore." The officer looked down at the turnstiles, at the hundreds of people shuffling through the mechanical maw of the underground. For a second, he saw them as they truly were, not a crowd, but a procession. He saw the iridescent stoles they didn't know they were wearing. He saw the silver needles in their pockets. "I thought I was just tired," the officer muttered, his grip on the railing loosening. "You were just waiting for the invitation," the reader said. They reached out and touched the iron turnstile. Under their hand, the metal didn't change its shape, but it changed its frequency. The harsh metallic clack of the gate became a chime, a soft, resonant note that echoed down the tunnels. Each person who passed through the gate felt a momentary lightness, a brief suspension of gravity that made them look up and wonder, for the first time in years, what lay beyond the ceiling of the world. The reader continued their circuit. They visited the hospitals, where the smell of antiseptic was replaced by the scent of crushed sage. They visited the libraries, where the books began to breathe, their pages fluttering like the wings of the Moth King. They visited the dark alleys where the desperate gathered, and they left behind trails of silver dust that turned the gravel into gemstones. I followed them, no longer a narrator in a void, but the very atmosphere they moved through. I was the humidity that held the glow. I was the echo of the shale song in the storm drains. "The 20th part is not an ending," I whispered into the reader's mind.